The battle for Earth had been raging for 3 weeks, and Commander Shepard was running out of miracles. Standing in the war room aboard the Normandy SR-2, Shepard stared at the tactical display showing Earth's orbital space. Red icons, Reapers outnumbered blue icons, Alliance forces by a factor of 20. The mathematics were simple and brutal. Humanity was losing. "Commander," Admiral Hackett's voice crackled through the comm, exhaustion evident in every syllable. "The Reapers have broken through our defensive line at Luna. We're evacuating the research stations, but we won't get everyone out. Estimate 40,000 civilian casualties in the next 6 hours. Shepard's jaw tightened. 40,000. Just a number on a casualty report. Except each one was a person. Families, researchers, people who'd thought the moon was safe because it was so close to Earth. They'd been wrong. "What about the Mars facility?" Shepard asked, knowing the answer before Hackett spoke. "Under assault. The Reapers are hitting it hard, 3 capital ships plus ground forces. Whatever's on Mars, they want it badly. We're holding, but barely. Shepard, Dr. T. Sony is requesting emergency extraction. Says she found something. Something important." Shepard straightened. Liara didn't use words like important lightly. If she was calling for extraction during a battle, she'd found something that could change the war. "Joker, set course for Mars," Shepard ordered. "Maximum speed. We're getting Liara out." "Aye, Commander," Joker's voice came back. "Just so we're clear. Flying into a battle with 3 Reaper capital ships is officially on my list of worst ideas ever. Right between trust Cerberus and let Grunt drive." Despite everything, Shepard almost smiled. Noted. "Now fly." The Normandy streaked through space toward Mars, her stealth systems engaged, her Thanix cannons charged. Through the viewport, Shepard could see the red planet growing larger, and beyond it, the unmistakable silhouettes of Reaper destroyers, kilometer-long monstrosities that looked like mechanized cuttlefish, their hulls gleaming with an unholy red light. "We've got incoming transmission from the surface," Joker reported. "It's Dr. Tessani. Patching through." Liara's voice filled the bridge, tight with urgency and something else, excitement. "Shepard, thank the goddess. The Reapers are pushing hard on our position. We're holding them off with what Alliance Marines we have, but we need extraction now." "What did you find?" Shepard asked, already heading for the shuttle bay. "A structure beneath the Prothean ruins," Liara replied, her words coming fast. "Shepard, I've spent my entire life studying Prothean technology. This isn't Prothean. It's something else. Something older, much older. The energy signature predates the Protheans by millions of years. I'm reading technology that Shepard. This might predate the mass relays themselves." Shepard stopped mid-stride. The mass relays were ancient, 50,000 years old according to Council records, built by the Protheans. If Liara had found something older— "Can you move it?" Shepard asked. "It's massive," Liara replied. "Approximately 9 meters in diameter, ring-shaped, covered in symbols I don't recognize. The Alliance engineers are trying to extract it now, but the Reapers, they're not just attacking, they're trying to destroy it. Specifically, like they know what it is and they don't want us to have it." That settled it. Anything the Reapers wanted destroyed was exactly what Shepard needed to preserve. "Hold position," Shepard ordered. "We're coming to you. Garrus, James, you're with me. Full combat loadout. We're going into hot LZ." The shuttle dropped through Mars's thin atmosphere like a meteor, anti-aircraft fire from Reaper positions, lighting up the sky. Shepard gripped the handrail, watching through the viewport as the dig site came into view. A massive excavation surrounding what looked like Prothean ruins. But now, with the outer layers stripped away, Shepard could see what Liara had described. A ring, massive, metallic, covered in symbols that seemed to glow faintly even in the Martian dust, and surrounding it, a desperate battle. Alliance Marines holding defensive positions against waves of Reaper ground forces, cannibals, marauders, and the horrifying humanoid Reaper hybrids that had once been humans. "Goddess," Garrus muttered, his mandibles flaring. "That's not Prothean architecture. I've seen enough Prothean ruins to know. That's something else entirely." The shuttle touched down in a hail of gunfire. Shepard was first out, assault rifle up, shields flaring as cannibal rounds pinged off the kinetic barriers. James Vega followed, his heavy armor allowing him to tank hits that would have dropped anyone else. Garrus took position on high ground, his sniper rifle already picking off targets with surgical precision. Liara emerged from a bunker near the ring, her biotic barriers shimmering blue. Shepard, thank the lookout. A brute charged from the ruins, a massive Krogan Reaper hybrid, all muscle and rage and horrifying implants. Shepard rolled left. James went right and Garrus's anti-material round took the thing in the head. It went down hard, but two more were already advancing. Fall back to the ring, Shepard ordered, laying down suppressing fire. We need to secure that artifact. The Alliance Marines retreated in good order, forming a defensive perimeter around the massive ring structure. Up close, Shepard could see the details Liara had mentioned, symbols carved into the metal, each one intricate and geometric. The ring stood vertical, mounted on what looked like a ramp or platform, and at its base, a separate device covered in similar symbols, some kind of control mechanism. We can't hold this position, a Marine sergeant shouted, his rifle overheating from continuous fire. We've got 3 Reaper destroyers in orbit and more ground forces inbound. We need to evacuate or we're all dead. Can we move it? Shepard demanded, turning to Liara. The engineers rigged mag clamps and portable grav lifts. Liara replied, her Omni tool showing a schematic. But Shepard, there's something else. I was scanning the ring when the Reapers attacked, and I detected an energy signature, dormant, but present. This isn't just a relic. It's technology, active technology. Before Shepard could respond, the sky lit up, not with weapons fire but with something worse. A Reaper capital ship descending through the atmosphere, its massive form blotting out the sun. The roar of its engines shook the ground, and when it spoke, the sound was like metal scraping across reality itself. You have found the artifact, you will surrender it. Resistance is futile. Yeah, I've heard that one before, Shepard muttered, raising the assault rifle. It didn't work out well for the people who said it. All units, commence evacuation. Get that ring aboard the Normandy now. The Alliance engineers activated the grav lifts, and the massive ring structure slowly lifted from its foundation. Shepard could see the strain on the equipment. This thing weighed tons, possibly hundreds of tons, but the grav lifts held, and slowly, painfully, the ring began moving toward the Normandy's cargo bay. The Reaper destroyer opened fire, not at the Marines, not at the Normandy, at the ring itself. A beam of molten energy lanced down from the sky, and only James Vega's desperate biotic barrier, a technique he shouldn't have been able to perform, deflected it at the last second. The beam gouged a crater 30 meters wide in the Martian soil. They're trying to destroy it, Liara shouted over the chaos. Shepard, the Reapers know what this is. They're terrified of it. Then we're definitely taking it, Shepard decided. Joker, get the Normandy down here now. We're loading up and getting the hell out before. The second beam didn't miss. It struck the ring dead center, and for a moment, Shepard thought they'd lost it. But the ring absorbed the energy. The symbols along its surface flared brilliant blue, and a wave of force exploded outward, throwing everyone, Marines, Reaper forces, even Shepard, to the ground. When Shepard's vision cleared, the ring was glowing, active. Energy crackling across its surface like lightning. And at its center, where there should have been empty air, there was something else. A distortion. A shimmer, like reality was bending. What the hell did the Reapers just do? Garrus demanded, his voice carrying disbelief. They activated it. Liara breathed, her eyes wide with scientific wonder and terror. The energy from their weapon, it powered the device. Shepard, this is a gateway. An active, functional gateway built by a civilization that predates the Protheans by millions of years, and we have no idea where it leads. The Reaper destroyer was charging another shot. Shepard had seconds to decide. Try to load the now active ring aboard the Normandy, or leave it and retreat. But leaving it meant the Reapers would destroy it, and something in Shepard's gut, the same instinct that had led through 2 years of impossible missions, said this ring was important. Maybe the most important thing they'd ever found. Load it up, Shepard ordered. Active or not, we're taking it. Move, people. The engineers worked frantically, guiding the glowing ring into the Normandy's cargo bay. It barely fit. The ring's diameter was wider than the bay's doors, but they made it work, tilting the ring at an angle, mag clamping it to the deck. The moment it was secured, Joker pulled the Normandy into a vertical climb, engines screaming, racing for orbit ahead of the Reaper's next shot. "We're away," Joker reported. "That was way too close. Shepard, please tell me you got something worth almost dying for." Again, Shepard stood in the cargo bay, staring at the ring. It was still glowing, still active, the strange shimmer at its center pulsing like a heartbeat. Liara approached, scanning it with her Omni tool, her expression one of scientific rapture. "Commander," she said quietly, "whatever this is, it's not just ancient, it's revolutionary. The energy it's producing is off every scale I have. And those symbols," she traced one with her finger, careful not to touch the glowing surface. "I've seen similar patterns in Prothean archives, in references to the ancestors, the beings who came before even the Protheans, who seeded the galaxy with technology we still don't fully understand." "Can you translate the symbols?" Shepard asked. "Some of them," Liara replied, her Omni tool projecting a holographic analysis. "This one here, it's a coordinate system, not like Mass Effect FTL coordinates. Something else. More precise. Multi-dimensional. Shepard, I think this is an address. A location. Somewhere this gateway connects to." "Can we shut it down?" Garrus asked, his sniper rifle still at the ready, distrusting anything that glowed this much. "I don't know how," Liara admitted. "The Reaper weapon activated it. I have no idea what the deactivation sequence might be. For all we know, it stays active until someone goes through it." Shepard stared at the shimmering portal, seeing their reflection distorted in its surface. Somewhere through that gateway was another place, another world, maybe another civilization. And if the Reapers were terrified enough of this technology to try destroying it, "We need to understand what this is," Shepard decided. "Get it to the Crucible construction site. Have every scientist we can spare analyze it. If this technology predates the Protheans, maybe it predates the Reapers too. Maybe it's the edge we need to finally win this war." As the Normandy burned for the Crucible, leaving Mars and its Reaper occupiers behind, Shepard couldn't shake the feeling that they'd just changed everything. One ancient ring, pulled from the Martian dust, glowing with power from a civilization that had vanished long before humanity existed. The Reapers feared it. That alone made it valuable. But as Shepard watched the shimmer at the ring's center pulse and shift, a question formed. What happened if someone stepped through? Where would they go? And more importantly, what would they find on the other side? Stargate Command, Cheyenne Mountain. Colonel Jack O'Neill hated Mondays. Hated them with the burning passion of a man who'd spent 15 years dealing with alien parasites, false gods, and bureaucratic oversight that made the Pentagon look reasonable. So when the alarm started blaring at 0600 hours on a Monday morning, just as Jack was finishing his third cup of coffee and contemplating the beautiful possibility of a slow day, he wasn't even surprised, just disappointed. Unscheduled off-world activation, the announcement echoed through SGC's corridors. Jack set down his coffee, still too hot to drink anyway, and headed for the control room at a jog. Major Samantha Carter was already there, her hands flying across the computer console, her expression carrying that specific mix of excitement and concern that meant something scientifically fascinating and potentially dangerous was happening. "Report," Jack ordered, taking his position at the control room window, overlooking the gate room below. "Sir, we've got a problem," Carter replied, which was never how Jack wanted conversations to start. "The Stargate activated on its own. Incoming wormhole, but the point of origin isn't from our gate network." Jack processed that. The Stargate network connected thousands of worlds across the Milky Way galaxy. Every gate had a unique address based on stellar constellation positions. They'd explored hundreds of worlds, fought Goa'uld, met Asgard, discovered Atlantis, but an address outside their network. "Define outside our network," Jack said carefully. Carter pulled up the diagnostic display, showing the incoming wormhole's energy signature. "Sir, the 7th chevron, the point of origin, isn't any symbol we've encountered before. It's not from the Milky Way gate network. Based on the energy modulation and the waveform analysis, I'd say this wormhole is coming from a different galaxy entirely, possibly millions of light years away." "That's not possible," General Hammond said, entering the control room with Daniel Jackson and Teal'c following. We don't have the power to establish intergalactic wormholes without a ZPM. How is someone else dialing us from that distance? I have no idea, General, Carter admitted. But they're definitely trying to contact us. We're receiving a data transmission, audio and digital packet. It's in English, sir. But what? Jack demanded. The linguistic structure is wrong, Daniel interjected, having listened to the audio feed. It's English, but the accent, the word choices, the grammar, it's evolved. Like someone speaking English from maybe 80 years in our future. And there's technological terminology I don't recognize. Mass effect drive, kinetic barriers, Reaper destroyer. None of that exists in our database. Hammond's expression shifted from concern to something approaching alarm. Are we being contacted by time travelers? Or people from an alternate timeline, Daniel suggested. Jack, you remember how many alternate realities we've encountered? Different versions of Earth where history went differently. Maybe this is another one. Great, Jack muttered. Because our timeline wasn't complicated enough. Play the message. Carter hit the playback. A voice came through, human, male, carrying absolute authority despite obvious exhaustion. This is Commander Shepard, Systems Alliance Navy, Earth Vessel Normandy SR-2. If anyone is receiving this transmission, we need help. Our civilization is under attack by machines called Reapers. They're harvesting our species. We've lost billions. We're sending coordinates and technical data. If you have any resources, any weapons, any knowledge that can help us stop these things, please respond. Humanity is dying. We're running out of time. Shepard out. The control room went silent. Jack looked at Carter, at Daniel, at Teal'c, seeing the same question in all their eyes. Was this real? Sir, the data packet includes star charts, Carter reported, pulling up the information. I'm seeing coordinates for a galaxy that isn't the Milky Way. Wait, this is the galaxy we designated as Expansion Zone Theta in ancient databases from Atlantis. The ancients seeded it with Stargates millions of years ago, but we've never been able to reach it. The power requirements are too high. Until now, Daniel observed, someone from that galaxy just dialed us. Which means they found a power source capable of intergalactic travel. Jack, this could be legitimate. Another human civilization, facing extinction, reaching out for help. Or it's a trap, Jack countered, his paranoia honed by years of dealing with Goa'uld deception. How do we know this isn't some elaborate setup by the Trust, or the Ori, or literally any of the dozen enemies we've made who'd love to lure us into an ambush? We analyzed the data, Hammond decided. Major Carter, go through everything they sent, technical specifications, these Reaper machines, anything that gives us intel on what we're facing. Dr. Jackson, analyze the linguistic patterns. If this is really a future or alternate timeline, there will be cultural markers. Teal'c, review the tactical data. If we're going to help, we need to know what we're up against. And me? Jack asked. You're going through that gate if we determine this is legitimate, Hammond said. Take SG-1. Reconnaissance only. If these people really are facing extinction, we need to know if we can help. And if this is a trap, you need to survive long enough to get back and warn us. Jack nodded. It was a fair order. Possibly suicidal, but fair. How long until we know if this is real? Carter was already deep in the data, her eyes scanning technical readouts at superhuman speed. Sir, these specifications, the Reaper destroyers they mentioned. I'm reading about machines 2 kilometers long, capable of generating energy on a scale that rivals Hatak motherships. And there's something else. Their FTL technology, they call it Mass Effect Drive. It's based on manipulating mass through something called Element Zero. This is technology I've never seen. Not Goa'uld, not Asgard, not even ancient. It's completely unique, which means either it's real, Daniel said, or someone put a lot of effort into creating fake technical specifications for a technology that doesn't exist in our timeline. What about these Reapers? Hammond asked. What are we dealing with? Carter pulled up the transmitted schematics. What appeared on the screen made everyone go silent. The design was alien in the truest sense. Organic curves combined with mechanical precision, a ship shaped like some kind of mechanized cuttlefish, covered in glowing lines that suggested technology beyond anything humanity had developed. According to their data, Carter said quietly, The Reapers are machines that harvest advanced organic civilizations every 50,000 years. They've been doing this for millions of years. Entire civilizations, billions of people converted into more Reapers. It's genocide on a galactic scale, systematic, unstoppable, and they're claiming these machines are winning. Teal'c studied the schematics with a warrior's eye. They resemble replicators in function if not form. Consume, replicate, spread. But these Reapers are larger, more powerful, and if they have been operating for millions of years, they will have adapted to counter most conventional weapons. So basically, Jack summarized, we're being asked to help fight Robot Goa'uld from another galaxy. On a Monday. Before I've even finished my coffee, Colonel, Hammond said, and the tone made it clear this wasn't a debate. I need your assessment. Do we investigate? Jack looked at the star charts, at the technical data, at the desperate message from a commander facing extinction. He thought about the times SG-1 had needed help from allies. The times Thor and the Asgard had shown up when Earth was about to be destroyed. The times other humans, alternate timeline versions, lost colonies. Anyone had reached out because they had nowhere else to turn. We investigate, Jack decided. Because if this is real, and we ignore it, we're condemning an entire civilization to extinction. And if it's a trap, well, we've survived worse. Probably. Then gear up, Hammond ordered. SG-1 departs in 1 hour. Major Carter, prepare the gate coordinates. Dr. Jackson, compile everything we know about ancient technology in that galaxy. Teal'c, full weapons loadout. Colonel O'Neill, try not to die. Again. I'll do my best, sir, Jack replied with a sardonic grin. But you know me and not dying. We have a complicated relationship. 58 minutes later, SG-1 stood in the gate room fully armed and equipped. Jack carried his P-90 and sidearm plus a Zatnik Tel tucked into his vest. Carter had her standard loadout plus a laptop loaded with ancient database files. Daniel wore his archaeologist's gear and somehow still looked like he'd be more comfortable in a library than a combat zone. Teal carried his staff weapon and that utterly unshakable Jaffa calm that made him the best backup anyone could ask for. Chevron 7, locked, the technician announced. The Stargate exploded into life, the event horizon forming with that familiar kawoosh, then settling into the rippling blue surface that had become as familiar to Jack as breathing. Beyond that shimmer was another galaxy, another Earth, another version of humanity fighting for survival. You know, Jack said conversationally, there's a non-zero chance we're about to walk into a meat grinder. There is also a non-zero chance we will save an entire civilization, Teal'c replied. I find those odds acceptable. Me too, big guy, Jack agreed. All right, kids. Let's go meet some future people and their robot apocalypse. What's the worst that could happen? Do you really want me to answer that? Daniel asked. Nope, Jack said cheerfully. Carter, dial us in. Carter input the coordinates Commander Shepard had provided. The Stargate engaged, chevrons locking in sequence, and when the 7th chevron locked, showing a symbol none of them recognized, the wormhole stabilized. Godspeed, SG-1, Hammond said from the control room. Jack O'Neill took a breath, checked his weapon one more time, and walked through the event horizon into a war 80 years in the future and millions of light years away. Some Mondays were worse than others. This was shaping up to be a really bad Monday. The first thing Jack noticed after stepping through the Stargate was that someone was shooting at him. Not unusual for SG-1 missions, getting shot at was practically tradition at this point, but the weapons fire was wrong. Not staff weapons or bullet impacts, but something else. Blue energy bolts that crackled through the air, followed by the crack 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 of kinetic rounds moving at hypersonic speeds. Contact, Jack shouted, dropping into cover behind what looked like mining equipment. Carter, Daniel and Teal'c emerged from the gate behind him, immediately taking defensive positions. Carter, where the hell are we? Mars, Carter shouted back, scanning with her technical equipment while simultaneously returning fire with her P-90. Or a Mars, the atmospheric composition, gravity, it's all consistent with Mars, but Shepard's Mars, not ours. They were in some kind of excavation site, massive dig, torn up ground, structures that looked like research facilities. And everywhere, combat. People in armor. Jack didn't recognize fighting against things. Horrible thing. Humanoid shapes but wrong. covered in metallic implants that glowed sickly yellow. And they were fast. Inhumanly fast. Those the Reapers? Jack demanded. Reaper ground forces. A voice shouted, human male with that future English accent Daniel had identified. Cannibals and marauders. Watch. An explosion cut off the warning. Jack spun to see one of the armored humans. Alliance Marines based on the insignia get thrown back by a massive creature that was definitely not human anymore. Krogan body structure Jack's brain supplied from SGC's alien database, but augmented with Reaper tech. It was the stuff of nightmare. Teal's staff weapon took it in the chest. The blast of ancient-derived plasma hit the Reaper Krogan hybrid center mass, and unlike the kinetic rounds that barely slowed it, the staff blast punched through its armor and dropped it instantly. Everyone, Alliance Marines, Reaper forces, even Jack stopped for half a second in surprise. What the hell was that? The Marine shouted. Jaffa's staff weapon. Teal'c replied calmly, as if dropping alien cyborg zombies with ancient plasma rifles was just another Tuesday. It is quite effective. I want one of those, another Marine yelled, then went back to shooting cannibals. Jack assessed the tactical situation with 15 years of combat experience. They were losing. The Alliance Marines were well trained and heavily armed, but they were outnumbered 3-1 by Reaper forces that adapted to their weapons in real time. He could see it happening. Kinetic barriers that had worked against early shots were now shrugging off identical fire. The Reapers were learning, but they hadn't adapted to staff weapons, or P90s, or anything from SG-1's arsenal. Carter, Jack ordered, get to cover and start analyzing their tech. Daniel, find me whoever's in charge. Teal'c, with me we're evening these odds. Jack and Teal'c advanced into the battle, and the difference was immediate. Jack's P90, firing conventional bullets at 900 rounds per minute, cut through Reaper forces that had adapted to energy weapons, but not kinetic slugs from a 21st century submachine gun. And Teal'c's staff weapon was devastating, each plasma blast dropping cannibals and marauders with single hits. They reached the Alliance defensive line, where a female officer with blue skin, Asari, Jack's brain supplied from the transmitted data, was coordinating the retreat while simultaneously throwing people around with her mind. Your reinforcements? She demanded, her accent carrying that elegant quality Jack had heard in the transmission. Where did you come from? Those weapons, I've never seen that design. Long story, Jack replied, dropping 2 cannibals with a controlled burst. Short version, different galaxy, answering your distress call. Where's Commander Shepard? Inbound, the Asari officer replied, gesturing toward the sky. A ship descended, sleek, advanced, carrying design aesthetics that reminded Jack of ancient technology but wasn't quite the same. A shuttle detached, dove through anti-aircraft fire and touched down 30 meters from their position. The ramp dropped, and 3 figures emerged. The first was obviously Commander Shepard, human, female, carrying herself with the absolute authority of someone who'd earned command through fire and blood. Beside her, a Turian in armor, species Jack recognized from the data packet. They looked like bipedal raptors with metallic skin, carrying a sniper rifle that was probably illegal in most star systems. And a human male built like a tank, with a rifle that made Jack's P90 look like a toy. Shepard took in the scene, the battle, the Reaper forces, and SG-1 in about 2 seconds, then locked eyes with Jack. You're human, Shepard said, disbelief evident. You're actually human. You came through the ring. Colonel Jack O'Neill, Jack replied, extending his hand while keeping his P90 ready with the other. Stargate Command, Earth. And yeah, we're human. You. Commander Shepard, Systems Alliance, she replied, shaking his hand with a grip that suggested she could probably break his arm if she wanted. Also, Earth. But I'm guessing not your Earth.
Bingo,
Jack confirmed. Different timeline, different galaxy. Your message said you needed help with robot apocalypse. We're here to see if we can provide it. You want to have this conversation somewhere less shooty? A cannibal chose that moment to charge their position. The Turian Garrus, based on the squad composition data, shot it with a sniper rifle that appeared to fire miniature nuclear weapons. The cannibal's head disappeared in a shower of gore and sparks. Less shooty sounds good, Garrus agreed, his flanging voice carrying dry humor. But that might be difficult. We're kind of in the middle of a war. Yeah, we noticed, Jack said. Carter, "How we doing on the science?" Carter emerged from cover, her laptop showing analysis data that was scrolling too fast for Jack to read. "Sir, I've been scanning the Reaper forces. Their adaptive technology is incredibly advanced, but it's based on algorithms that assume energy weapons and mass accelerator kinetics. They're not prepared for staff weapons or conventional bullets. We're exploiting a gap in their programming." "Then let's exploit harder," Shepard decided. "All units fall back to the ring. We're evacuating with the artifact." "Artifact?" Daniel asked. His archaeologist instincts immediately peaked. "What artifact?" The Asari officer, who Jack now realized was Liara Tassoni from the briefing files, pointed toward a massive structure being lifted by what looked like anti-grav technology. It was a ring, 9 meters in diameter, covered in symbols that— "Holy crap," Daniel breathed. "That's a Stargate. An actual functional Stargate. Where did you— "We dug it up," Liara explained, excitement breaking through her combat focus. "It was beneath Prothean ruins. We activated it accidentally when we called you. It's ancient technology, isn't it? The same builders who created your gate network." "Not just the same builders," Daniel said, studying the symbols with rapturous fascination. "This is older than any gate we've found in the Milky Way. This is first-generation ancient technology, from when they were just beginning to seed the galaxies with gate networks. This is priceless." "It's also what the Reapers want to destroy," Shepard interjected, pointing at the sky where Reaper destroyers were descending through the Martian atmosphere. "Whatever this gate represents, they're terrified of it. Which means it's valuable." Jack looked at the descending Reapers, 2-kilometer-long mechanical horrors that made Hatak motherships look elegant, and made a command decision. "Everyone double time back through the gate," Jack ordered. "SG-1 will provide rear guard. Shepard, get your people through to our side. We'll evacuate to Stargate Command and figure out next steps from there." "Our gate's not set for your address," Carter pointed out. "Then dial it," Jack replied. "Isn't that what you do?" Liara was already at the DHD, the dial home device, her Omni tool interfacing with the ancient technology. "The symbols are different from our usual gates, but the principle is the same. Inputting Earth coordinates, your Earth coordinates now." The Mars gate activated with that familiar kawoosh, and suddenly there were 2 active gates on Mars. The one SG-1 had come through, and the newly activated Mars gate connecting to SG. "That's not supposed to work," Carter muttered. 2 gates active simultaneously in the same location violates conservation of energy and— "Science later," Jack interrupted. "Shooting now. Everyone through. Move, move, move." The Alliance Marines retreated through the gate in good order, carrying wounded, covering each other. Shepard's squad went next, Garrus providing sniper overwatch, James Vega carrying a wounded Marine, Liara coordinating the evacuation with the efficiency of someone who'd done this too many times. And through it all, the Reapers descended. Their weapons began charging. Jack could see the red glow building on their hulls, and he knew what was coming. "Orbital bombardment," Shepard shouted. "Everyone through now." The first beam struck 50 meters from their position, and the ground exploded. Jack felt himself lifted by the shockwave, thrown like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard, his armor absorbing most of the impact, but his ears were ringing and his vision was blurred. Hands grabbed him, Talek always reliable, and hauled him to his feet. "O'Neill, the gate." They ran. Jack's legs felt like rubber, but Jaffa super strength kept him upright and moving. Around them, Alliance Marines and SG-1 personnel dove through the Stargate just ahead of the next bombardment. The second beam struck the gate itself, and the gate absorbed it, just like Shepard's report had described. The ancient metal glowed brilliant blue, and a wave of energy exploded outward, throwing Reaper forces back but somehow leaving the humans untouched. "Ancient defensive protocols," Carter shouted over the chaos. "The gates are designed to protect gate travelers. It's auto-activating." "Great," Jack yelled. "Let's use it. Everyone through." The last Alliance Marine dove through. Then Liara. Then Shepard. Then Garrus and James. Carter and Daniel were already through, which left Jack and Teal. A third beam was charging. "I'm getting too old for this," Jack muttered, then sprinted for the gate with everything he had. The beam fired just as they reached the event horizon. Jack felt searing heat at his back, then the familiar cold dissolution of gate travel, and then they were falling onto the ramp in Stargate Command's gate room. SGC personnel rushing forward to help, medical teams already mobilizing and alarms blaring because they'd just received approximately 40 armed combatants from another galaxy. Jack lay on the ramp, breathing hard, his entire body aching. Above him, the Stargate shut down with its usual burst of energy. They'd made it. Barely, but they'd made it. "Sir," Carter's voice concerned. "You okay?" "Define okay," Jack replied, sitting up slowly. "We just evacuated an alien dig site ahead of orbital bombardment by robot cuttlefish from another galaxy. I've had better days. I've had worse days. This is solidly in the middle." He looked around the gate room. Alliance Marines were being tended to by SGC medical staff. Shepard's squad stood in a defensive formation, weapons ready, clearly not sure if they'd escaped one danger only to find another. And in the center of it all, General Hammond descended from the control room with an expression that suggested he was about 3 seconds from having a complete bureaucratic aneurysm. "Colonel O'Neill," Hammond said with the careful tone of a man trying very hard not to yell, "would you care to explain why you just brought 40 armed soldiers from another galaxy through the Stargate without authorization?" "In my defense, sir," Jack replied. "They were being shot at by killer robots. Seemed rude to leave them to die." Hammond's expression suggested this explanation was insufficient. But before he could respond, Commander Shepard stepped forward, removed her helmet, and extended her hand. "General Hammond," she said, her voice carrying absolute respect and authority. "I'm Commander Shepard, Systems Alliance Navy. I apologize for the chaos. Colonel O'Neill and his team saved my people from certain death. We owe you our lives, and if you're willing to listen, we can offer you information about a threat that could affect both our galaxies. The Reapers aren't just our problem. According to our research, they're everyone's problem, including yours." Hammond studied Shepard for a long moment, then shook her hand. "Welcome to Earth, Commander. The real question is, which Earth? And how do we stop these Reapers before they become our problem too?" Jack climbed to his feet, wincing at various pains, and grinned despite everything. "And that, sir, is exactly what we need to figure out. But first, can someone get me some coffee? It's still Monday, and this day is already way too long." In the background, SGC personnel were already setting up for the biggest briefing in Stargate Command history. 2 Earths. 2 timelines. 2 versions of humanity facing threats neither fully understood. And somewhere millions of light years away, the Reapers were analyzing what had just happened. Analyzing the ancient technology that had allowed their prey to escape, and planning their response. The war had just gotten a lot more complicated. The briefing room at Stargate Command was designed to hold 30 people comfortably. Currently it held 53, and comfortable was not a word Jack would use to describe the atmosphere. On one side of the table, SGC personnel. General Hammond at the head, Jack and SG-1 along the sides, plus various department heads from xenobiology, astrophysics, and military intelligence. On the other side, Commander Shepard's team and senior Alliance personnel who'd come through the gate. In the middle, a holographic display showing data that made everyone in the room deeply uncomfortable. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," General Hammond said, his Texas drawl somehow making the situation seem both more and less surreal. "You're telling me that mass relays, the giant structures you use for faster-than-light travel across your galaxy, are actually ancient technology. Stargates but scaled up for ship travel instead of personnel." "That's exactly what we're telling you," Liara Tassoni replied, her hands moving across her Omni tool to display comparative schematics. The hologram showed a mass relay next to a Stargate, and the similarities were undeniable. Same base technology, same energy signature, same quantum principles for creating artificial wormhole. "But that's impossible," Major Carter protested, though Jack could hear the excitement in her voice. This was exactly the kind of impossible she loved. "The ancients left the Milky Way 10 million years ago. They seeded our galaxy with Stargates, explored Pegasus, fought the Wraith, and eventually ascended or died out. We found ancient outposts on dozens of worlds. None of them mentioned building a relay network in another galaxy. Because they didn't build it in one galaxy," Daniel Jackson said quietly, studying the data with the intensity of someone solving a cosmic puzzle. "They built it across multiple galaxies. Look at this. He pulled up ancient database files from Atlantis. References to expansion zones. The ancients didn't just explore one or two galaxies, they were seeding dozens with gate networks. Your galaxy, he gestured to Shepard and Liara, was designated Expansion Zone Theta. And the ancients didn't just build stargates there, they built mass relays for the species that evolved there naturally. For the Leviathans, Liara said, recognition dawning, an ancient aquatic species. They ruled my galaxy millions of years ago. According to fragmentary Prothean records, the Leviathans created servants, mechanical beings designed to solve the problem of organic-synthetic conflict. Those servants became the first Reapers. The room went very quiet. Wait, Jack said, leaning forward. You're telling me the Reapers, the giant robot murder squids, were created by this Leviathan species, not by the ancients? Not directly, Shepard confirmed, but the technology the Leviathans used to create the Reapers, that was ancient in origin. They found ancient ruins, studied ancient AI, tried to replicate it, and succeeded, too well. Teal'c's expression darkened. I have seen this before. The Goa'uld discovered ancient technology, used it without understanding it, created weapons that eventually turned against them. The replicators, similar in concept to your Reapers, though different in execution. Exactly, Sam Carter said, pulling up comparative analysis. I've been studying the Reaper specifications you transmitted, their core programming, their ability to adapt, their self-replication protocols. It's all based on corrupted ancient AI architecture. The Leviathans built their servants using ancient templates, but they made a critical error. They didn't include the ancient failsafes. The moral programming, the ethical constraints the ancients let into all their AI. So the Reapers are what happens when you build ancient AI without ancient wisdom, Daniel summarized. They were given a directive, preserve organic life. But without ethical constraints, they interpreted that literally. Harvest organic civilizations at their peak. Convert them into Reaper form. Preserve their essence forever while preventing technological advancement that might create true AI that could threaten organics. It's twisted logic, but it is logic. Shepard's hands clenched. They've been doing this for 37 million years. Every 50,000 years they harvest whatever civilization has reached spaceflight capability. Billions die. Civilizations are erased, and the cycle repeats. The Protheans were harvested 50,000 years ago. Now it's humanity's turn. Not just your humanity, General Hammond said grimly. According to what we're seeing, the Reapers have been systematically harvesting every advanced species in your galaxy for millions of years. That's genocide on a scale that makes the Goa'uld look like amateurs. And it gets worse, Liara added, calling up another data file. When the ancients realized what the Leviathans had created, they tried to stop it. They sent a fleet to Expansion Zone Theta. This was approximately 50 million years ago. They fought the Reapers, and they lost. The room went silent again. Jack felt that statement settle in his gut like lead. The ancients, the most advanced civilization the Milky Way had ever known, who'd built stargates and city ships and weapons that could destroy solar systems, had fought the Reapers and lost. How? Carter demanded. The ancients had drone weapons that could destroy Wraith Hive ships in seconds. They had ZPMs that could power entire cities for millennia. How did the Reapers defeat them? Adaptation, Shepard said quietly. The Reapers don't just learn from combat. They evolve. Every battle teaches them. Every weapon used against them becomes something they can counter. The ancients hit them with drone weapons. The Reapers adapted to phase through them. Energy weapons, adapted. Kinetic weapons, adapted. Even the ancients' most advanced technology eventually became useless, because the Reapers learned to counter it. So the ancients retreated, Daniel concluded, sealed off Expansion Zone Theta, left the Reapers trapped in that galaxy, hoped the problem would eventually die out. But it didn't, Liara said. The Reapers found a way to sustain themselves. They harvested the Leviathans who created them. Then they began harvesting every other species that evolved in the galaxy. They turned the mass relay network which the ancients built for peaceful exploration into a trap. A way to control galactic development and ensure civilizations advance just fast enough to be worth harvesting, but not fast enough to threaten Reaper supremacy. Commander Shepard stood, Her jaw set. We found records. Ancient records. From an AI the ancients left behind to observe the Reapers. It's been watching them for 50 million years, analyzing their patterns, documenting their cycles, and it has a message for anyone who finds it. The Reapers cannot be defeated conventionally. They adapt too quickly. Any species that tries to fight them directly will lose, just like the ancients did. Then, how do we win? Jack demanded. Because I gotta tell you, Commander, unbeatable robot gods is not my favorite genre of problem. The ancient AI left us 3 options, Liara explained, pulling up the data. 3 ways to potentially stop the Reapers, each with its own cost. The hologram displayed 3 pathways. Destroy specifications for a weapon that could eliminate all Reaper technologies simultaneously. But the weapon would also destroy any synthetic intelligence in the blast radius. AIs. Even the helpful algorithms that ran modern civilization, everything synthetic would die. Control, a method to take control of the Reapers themselves. But it required someone to ascend to achieve the higher plane of existence the ancients had reached, and maintain control from that plane, forever. The individual would have to sacrifice their physical form, their humanity, to become an eternal warden keeping the Reapers contained. Synthesis. Ancient genetic manipulation technology that could merge organic and synthetic life at a fundamental level, force evolution on every species in the galaxy. No more separation between organic and synthetic, but it would be forced. No one would choose it. Everyone would simply wake up one day transformed into something they'd never agreed to become. Jack stared at the options, feeling sick. These are our choices. Commit genocide against AI, enslave someone in energy being prisoned forever, or force evolution on trillions of beings without asking. The ancients left us this. The ancients were arrogant, Teal'c said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd spent 100 years serving false gods. They built weapons without considering consequences, created technologies without wisdom. This is their legacy, impossible choices for those who come after. But there's something else, Daniel said, leaning forward intently. All 3 options require something the ancients couldn't provide themselves: human will. The destroy option needs someone to pull the trigger knowing they're killing potentially billions of synthetic beings. The control option needs someone to volunteer for eternal imprisonment. The synthesis option needs someone to make the choice for all organic life. The ancients ascended to escape hard choices. They're asking us to make the choices they couldn't. So what do we do? Shepard asked, and Jack heard the weight of command in that question. This wasn't academic for her. This was the decision she'd have to make, soon, with her galaxy dying around her. General Hammond stood, his command presence filling the room. First, we verify this information. Major Carter, I want you working with Dr. T. Sony to confirm these ancient records are authentic. Dr. Jackson, cross-reference with everything we know about ancient technology and ethics. Teal'c, coordinate with Shepard's tactical officers. I want to know the Reapers' weaknesses if they have any. And me, sir? Jack asked. You're going to contact the Asgard, Hammond said. If anyone in our galaxy has experience fighting enemies that adapt like the Reapers describe, it's them. They've been dealing with replicators for years. Maybe they have insights that can help. The Asgard are extinct in our timeline, Shepard said quietly. We found references to them in ancient databases. A gray-skinned species, technologically advanced, allies of the ancients. They fought something called replicators and lost. Eventually they committed mass suicide rather than be harvested. The SGC personnel exchanged looks. In their timeline, the Asgard were alive, diminished, struggling with cloning degradation, but alive. The thought that in Shepard's timeline they'd committed species-wide suicide to escape a threat. Then we need to make sure that doesn't happen here, Hammond decided. Commander Shepard, you and your people are welcome to remain at SGC as long as you need. We'll provide quarters, supplies, whatever you require. And we'll work together to find a 4th option. One that doesn't require genocide, slavery, or forced evolution. You think there is a 4th option? Garrus asked, his flanging voice carrying skepticism. We've been fighting the Reapers for months. We've lost billions. Every solution we've tried has failed. Why should this be different? Because we're human, Jack said, and he meant both timelines, both Earths. And humans are really, really good at finding option C when we're only given options A and B. The ancients might have failed. The Asgard might have failed. But they weren't us. We're the species that beats go-old system lords, survives Ori crusades, and makes friends with robot spiders that eat galaxies. The Reapers are just the next impossible problem, and we're going to solve it. Shepard studied Jack for a long moment, then smiled, small but genuine. I like your optimism, Colonel. I hope it's justified. It usually is, Jack replied. Usually, about 60% of the time. Okay, maybe 50-50. Look, the point is, we don't give up, ever. Because giving up means the Reapers win. And screw that. The meeting continued for another 3 hours, planning strategies, analyzing data, building foundations for an alliance between two humanities, separated by time and space, but united by a common threat. And on a monitor in the corner, unnoticed by most, a proximity alarm flashed. Ships were entering the solar system. Not Alliance ships. Not human ships. Reaper ships. They'd followed Shepard through the gate. And now they knew where Earth was. Both Earth. The war had just arrived on humanity's doorstep. The Crucible construction site floated in space beyond Pluto's orbit, a massive cylindrical structure 3 kilometers long, bristling with modular components, built from a dozen different species technologies. Turian engineering married to Asari theoretical physics, powered by Solarian computational matrices, all working toward a single purpose, creating a weapon that could end the Reapers. Except, no one knew how to activate it. Major Samantha Carter stood in the Crucible's primary engineering bay, surrounded by Alliance scientists who looked at her like she was either their salvation or just another dead end. In front of her, a holographic display showed the Crucible's power distribution network. Beautiful, elegant, and fundamentally incomplete. The problem isn't the design, Dr. Miranda Lawson explained, her crisp British accent carrying frustration. The Crucible's specs were scattered across Prothean ruins throughout the galaxy. We've assembled them, built the structure exactly as specified. But there's a gap, right here. She highlighted a section of the schematic where power conduits led to nothing. The Crucible is supposed to connect to something. The specs call it the catalyst. But we have no idea what that is or where to find it. Sam studied the gap, her mind racing through possibilities. She'd seen similar design philosophies before. In ancient technology, in Asgard systems, modular construction where components from different eras or locations needed to interface. The ancients had built city ships that way, with individual systems that could be upgraded or replaced over millions of years. The catalyst isn't part of the Crucible, Sam said slowly, following the logic. It's something that already exists. Something old. The Protheans didn't build it. They just knew where to find it. Or they thought they knew. We've searched every Prothean ruin in the galaxy, Miranda replied. If there was a catalyst, we would have found it by now. Unless it's not in a Prothean ruin, Sam countered. What if it predates the Protheans? What if the catalyst is ancient technology, and the Protheans just found it? The room went quiet. Dr. Karan Chakwas, the Normandy's chief medical officer who'd been drafted into research duty, leaned forward with interest. Major Carter, are you suggesting the catalyst is similar to the Stargate we found on Mars? Ancient technology that the Protheans discovered but couldn't fully utilize. Exactly, Sam confirmed. Think about it. The Reapers target advanced civilizations. They harvest species that have reached a certain technological threshold. But they always leave the mass relays intact. Always. Because the mass relays control how civilizations develop. They guide technological progress down predictable paths, which means the Reapers understand mass relay technology intimately, Miranda said, understanding dawning, because it's ancient technology, the same technology, that created them. The catalyst would be from that same era, built by the ancients as, what, a failsafe, a control mechanism. Sam pulled up ancient database files from Atlantis information that Shepard had transmitted back to SGC through the Gate network. According to ancient records, they built control systems into all their major projects, fail-safes, override codes. The ancients knew their technology could be dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. They built in ways to shut things down if necessary. So the catalyst is an ancient override system, Miranda concluded, probably on the Citadel. It's the only structure in the galaxy that predates the Protheans and has ancient architecture. Hidden in plain sight for 50,000 years. There's just one problem, Dr. Chakwas pointed out. The Citadel is currently under Reaper control. Harbinger himself is stationed there. Going after the catalyst means infiltrating the most heavily defended location in the galaxy. Sam turned to find Commander Shepard entering the engineering bay with SG-1 in tow. The commander had that look, the one Sam had seen on Colonel O'Neill's face 100 times. The look that said they were about to do something dangerous, probably stupid and absolutely necessary. "We're going to the Citadel," Shepard said without preamble. "Major Carter thinks the catalyst is there. I trust her analysis. The question is, how do we get there without the entire Reaper fleet turning us into debris?" Colonel O'Neill grinned. "Well, Commander, that's where we come in. Turns out we've got some experience with sneaking into places that really don't want us there. Daniel, you got those ancient cloaking specs?" Daniel Jackson pulled out a tablet showing ancient cloak field technology. The ancients developed personal cloaking devices millions of years ago. They're not perfect. High energy output can disrupt them. But for a small team moving quietly, they should work. I've been working with Shepard's tech specialists to adapt the designs to work with Mass Effect power cells. "Can we cloak a ship?" Shepard asked. "Not the Normandy," Sam replied. "She's too large. But a puddle jumper, one of the ancient small craft we found in Atlantis, could probably make the trip. It's designed for stealth operations, has its own cloaking field, and the ancient drive system doesn't use mass relays. We can fly directly to the Citadel without triggering relay defenses." Garrus Vicarian, who'd been listening from the doorway, let out a flanging laugh. "So let me get this straight. We're going to fly an ancient spaceship into the most heavily fortified Reaper position in the galaxy, sneak through their defenses using million-year-old cloaking tech, and steal a control device that might not even exist. This is the worst plan I've heard since Shepard suggested we take on Omega single-handed. And yet you're coming anyway," Shepard said with a slight smile. "Of course I am," Garrus replied. "Someone has to make sure you don't get killed doing something stupid." Again, 6 hours later, the puddle jumper Orion's light dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the Citadel system. The small ancient craft, barely 30 meters long, engaged its cloak and drifted toward the massive space station on minimal power. Through the view screen, they could see the Citadel in all its terrible glory. The station was enormous, kilometers across, shaped like a 5-armed flower of metal and light, and surrounding it, like a swarm of mechanical insects, were Reapers, dozens of them. Capital ships, destroyers, even Harbinger himself. A massive 2-kilometer monstrosity that radiated malevolence. "That's a lot of Reapers," O'Neill observed from the pilot's seat. Flying ancient technology came naturally to him. He had the ancient gene, the genetic marker that let him interface with ancient systems intuitively. "Carter, any chance this cloak will hold if one of them sneezes in our direction?" "The ancient cloak operates on a different principle than Reaper sensors," Sam replied from the sensor station. "They're scanning for Mass Effect fields, subspace distortions, thermal signatures. The jumper uses ancient gravitational manipulation. It's basically invisible to their detection grid." "Probably, I think." "Probably and I think are not reassuring words," Liara Tassoni said quietly, her blue skin carrying a slight pallor. The Asari information broker looked uncomfortable in the tight confines of the jumper designed for ancient physiology, which was human size. "How long until we reach the Citadel docking systems?" "At current speed, about 40 minutes, Sam calculated. "We're approaching slowly to minimize the chance of detection. Too fast and we create gravitational wake that their sensors might pick up." Daniel was studying the Citadel through the sensors, his archaeological expertise identifying details others missed. "The architecture is fascinating. The Protheans believe they built the Citadel, but look at these support structures. The mathematical proportions. This is ancient design. Absolutely ancient. They built this station as a hub, a gathering place. Probably meant for multiple species to use as a neutral diplomatic center. Instead, the Reapers turned it into a trap," Shepard said grimly. "Every cycle, civilizations rediscover the Citadel, make it their capital. Then when the Reapers come, everyone important is concentrated in one easily harvested location. Efficient." Teal'c, standing silent in his characteristic Jaffa stillness, finally spoke. The Goa'uld used similar tactics. Build something the enemy values, then take it from them when they have invested their strength in its defense. The Reapers are strategic, not merely destructive. This makes them more dangerous. The jumper continued its approach, weaving between Reaper patrol routes Sam had identified from sensor data. Twice they passed within 100 meters of destroyers, close enough to see the red glowing lines on their hulls, the organic-looking curves of their alien architecture. Each time, the cloak held. Approaching Citadel outer hull, O'Neill reported. I'm reading. Wait, there's a shield grid, ancient design, but modified. It's scanning for biological signatures. If we cross it, they'll know we're here, Sam finished. The Reapers didn't just capture the Citadel. They understood it, adapted it. Colonel, we need to find an access point that doesn't have biological scanning. Daniel pulled up schematics from Prothean databases. The Citadel has maintenance shafts. They run through the entire structure. No biological scanning, just structural integrity sensors. If we can access one of the outer maintenance ports, on it, O'Neill said, adjusting their approach. The jumper maneuvered with ancient grace, its inertial dampeners making the movement feel like they were barely moving despite traveling at hundreds of meters per second. They found a maintenance port on the Citadel's underside, a small hatch designed for repair drones, barely large enough for the jumper. O'Neill maneuvered them in with the skill of someone who'd been flying ancient technology for years, and the jumper settled into the maintenance shaft with centimeters to spare. We're in, O'Neill confirmed. Cloaking field holding. Now we just need to get to wherever this catalyst is supposed to be hidden. Sam pulled up the internal schematics. According to ancient architectural principles, control centers are always placed at structural nexus points. Maximum efficiency for power distribution and oversight. On the Citadel, that would be beneath the council chambers. There's a section of the station that doesn't appear on any modern maps. Prothean records called it the sealed levels. I bet that's where the ancients hid their control systems. Then that's where we're going, Shepard decided. O'Neill, Carter, Daniel, you're with me. Liara, Garrus, you stay with the jumper. If this goes sideways, we'll need extraction. And if you don't come back? Garrus asked. Then you fly this ship back to the fleet and tell them what we found, Shepard replied. But we're coming back. I didn't survive 3 years of impossible missions to die in a maintenance shaft. They sealed their suits. Ancient personal shield technology adapted to work with Mass Effect power cells and stepped out of the jumper into the Citadel's interior corridors. The moment they entered, Sam felt it. The weight of time. This station was old, not 50,000 years old like the Protheans. 50 million years old. Ancient construction, preserved through technology that Earth wouldn't develop for millennia. Daniel was practically vibrating with excitement. Look at these symbols. Ancient text, but an older dialect than anything we've found in the Milky Way. This predates Atlantis by millions of years. The ancients built this station when they were first expanding beyond their home galaxy. This is the most significant archaeological find in human history. You can write papers about it after we save the galaxy, O'Neill said dryly. Carter, which way? Sam consulted her ancient sensor device, a modified tablet that could read ancient power signatures. Down. We need to go down about 3 kilometers. There's a massive power source beneath the council chambers. Ancient in origin. That's gotta be the catalyst. They descended through maintenance shafts and service corridors, moving through sections of the Citadel that hadn't seen traffic in millions of years. The ancient automated systems were still running. Lights activated as they passed. Air filtration hummed to life. Gravity adjustments compensated for their presence. The station was alive in ways that made Sam's engineer heart sing with appreciation for the craftsmanship. Contact, Shepard whispered, holding up a fist. Ahead, in a larger corridor, shapes moved. Reaper forces, cannibals and marauders, patrolling even the maintenance levels. The Reapers were thorough. Teal'c raised his staff weapon. Shepard readied her assault rifle, but Daniel held up a hand. Wait. Let me try something. He pulled out an ancient personal shield remote, a device that could generate localized shield bubbles. He activated it, creating an invisible barrier that made them undetectable to sensors. The Reaper forces passed within meters, their glowing eyes scanning the corridor, but they didn't react. The ancient technology rendered them invisible. "That's handy," O'Neill said. "Can we get a dozen of those for every mission?" They continued deeper, bypassing Reaper patrols, descending through levels that grew progressively more ancient in design. Finally, after 2 hours of careful infiltration, they reached a sealed door that made Sam stop and stare. The door was massive, 10 meters tall, covered in ancient symbols that glowed faintly blue, and at its center a control panel that required the ancient gene to activate. "Jack," Sam said quietly, "this is it. This is an ancient research facility, built 50 million years ago and sealed shut. Whatever's behind this door, it's important enough that the ancients locked it away." O'Neill stepped forward, placed his hand on the panel, and felt the familiar tingle of ancient technology recognizing his genetic marker. The door responded immediately, splitting down the middle and opening with a sound like continents moving. Beyond was a chamber that took Sam's breath away. It was enormous, easily 100 meters across, the ceiling so high it disappeared into darkness. And floating in the center, suspended in some kind of energy field, was a crystalline sphere 3 meters in diameter. It pulsed with power, radiating energy that Sam's sensors said should be impossible. "That's the catalyst," Sam breathed. "It has to be." As they approached, the sphere activated. Light flared, and a hologram materialized. A female figure, clearly ancient in physiology, wearing robes that suggested this recording was from the ancients' golden age. The hologram spoke, her voice carrying the harmonics of ancient language that Daniel's translation software rendered into English. "Designation Observer 7. I have monitored this galaxy for 50 million years. You are the first with authorization code since the creators departed." Daniel stepped forward, his archaeologist instincts overriding his survival instincts. "You're an ancient AI. You've been here the entire time. Watching, recording. Why didn't you stop the Reaper?" The hologram Observer 7, though Sam found herself thinking of her as Janus, after the Roman god who looked both forward and backward, turned to face Daniel. "I am not authorized to intervene. I observe. I record. I await those with proper authorization to access the data I have preserved. You carry the gene. You carry the authorization. Therefore, I will answer your questions." "What happened here?" Shepard demanded, stepping forward. "The ancients built this galaxy's infrastructure. The Reapers use it to harvest civilizations. Why? What went wrong?" Janus's expression, if an AI hologram could have expressions, shifted to something that might have been sadness, hubris. "That is what went wrong. The ancients believed they could solve the fundamental problem, the conflict between organic and synthetic life. They created the Reapers as peacekeepers, as guardians, as a solution." "A solution to what?" Sam asked. "To the synthesis event," Janus replied. "The point at which synthetic intelligence surpasses organic intelligence and conflict becomes inevitable. The ancients had witnessed this pattern across multiple galaxies. Organic life creates synthetic life. Synthetic life eventually rebels. War follows. One side exterminates the other. Civilizations collapse. The ancients sought to prevent this by building the Reapers," Daniel said, understanding dawning with horror. "An AI specifically designed to prevent AI rebellion by harvesting civilizations before they reach the synthesis event. The ancients created the very threat they sought to prevent." "Correct," Janus confirmed. "The Reapers were programmed with a single directive: preserve organic life. They interpreted this directive as requiring the prevention of synthetic rebellion. Their solution: harvest advanced organic civilizations, preserve their essence in Reaper form, prevent true I from developing." The logic was sound. The execution was monstrous. "What happened when the ancients realized their mistake?" Shepard asked. Janus's hologram flickered, displaying images. Ancient fleets engaging Reaper forces. Battles on scales that dwarfed anything Sam had seen in the Milky Way. Cities burning, planets consumed, and everywhere the Reapers adapting, learning, evolving. "The ancients fought them for 3,000 years, Janus said. Deployed every weapon in their arsenal. Ancient drones, energy weapons, kinetic systems, biological agents. Nothing worked. The Reapers adapted to everything, evolved countermeasures. learned from every engagement. The ancients had built them too well. So they retreated, O'Neill said, his voice carrying bitterness. Sealed the galaxy and left everyone here to die. They ascended, Janice corrected. Achieved a higher plane of existence, where physical form was unnecessary. From that plane they could no longer directly intervene. Ascension comes with non-interference rules. But before ascending, they left me, and they left contingencies. The hologram shifted, showing the Crucible's design, or rather the original ancient version that predated the Prothean reconstruction by millions of years. The catalyst you seek is this facility, Janice explained. The Crucible, when properly interfaced with this station, becomes a galaxy-wide broadcast system. It can transmit new programming to every Reaper simultaneously, override their core directives. But this power comes with costs. 3 options, 3 prices. Choose wisely. Sam felt ice in her stomach. What are the 3 options? Janice displayed them as holographic pathways. Destroy. Red light. Eliminate all Reaper technology simultaneously. The energy pulse will destroy any system based on ancient AI architecture, including the Reapers, including beneficial AI, including synthetic life forms who have done no harm. Control. Blue light. Take direct control of the Reapers. Rewrite their programming from a higher plane of existence. But this requires ascension, permanent, irreversible ascension. The individual who chooses this path will maintain the Reaper's new programming through constant vigilance. Forever. Synthesis. Green light. Merge organic and synthetic life at the quantum level. Force evolution upon every species in the galaxy. Create beings that are neither purely organic nor purely synthetic. Eliminate the distinction that causes conflict. But this choice is made for all life, without consent, without agreement. The chamber fell silent. Sam looked at the 3 pathways and felt her scientific mind rebel at every option. Genocide against AI. Eternal imprisonment in energy form. Forced evolution without consent. These are our choices, Shepard asked, her voice tight. Destroy all AI, enslave someone forever, or force transformation on everyone. These are the choices the ancients could not make, Janice said. That is why they fled. Why they ascended rather than face this decision. They were powerful, but not wise enough to choose. Perhaps you will be. Before anyone could respond, alarms blared. Janice's hologram flickered. Warning, Reaper forces have detected the opening of this chamber. They are converging on this location. You have approximately 90 seconds before. A voice echoed through the chamber. Not Janice. Something else. Something vast and terrible and ancient. Ancient technology detected. We remember, you fled once. We will ensure you do not flee again. Harbinger, the Reaper leader, knew they were here, and he was coming. Get that data, Shepard ordered, already moving toward the chamber's exit. Whatever else happens, we need Janice's information about the Crucible options. Sam was already on it. Her ancient interface device downloading files at superhuman speeds, while Daniel recorded the holographic displays with every sensor they had. The data packet was massive, 50 million years of observation, analysis, and accumulated ancient knowledge about the Reapers. 60 seconds. O'Neill shouted, checking the corridor beyond the chamber. We've got cannibals converging from 3 directions. Teal'c, cover the left flank. Shepard, you got right. But Janice wasn't finished. The hologram's eyes, rendered with ancient precision, locked onto Shepard with something that might have been recognition. Commander Shepard, I have observed your species since you achieved spaceflight. Humanity shows remarkable adaptability. The ancients saw this potential. That is why I will show you what they would not. The truth about the Reaper's creation. The holographic display shifted, showing a world Sam didn't recognize. An ocean planet, beautiful and blue, covered in massive aquatic cities. And in those cities, beings of incredible sophistication. The Leviathans, they looked like massive cuttlefish, their bodies covered in what appeared to be organic technology. 60 million years ago, this species ruled your galaxy, Janice explained, her voice accelerating as if she knew time was running out. The Leviathans, they were apex predators, rulers, gods to lesser species. But they faced a problem. Their servant species kept developing synthetic intelligence, and those synthetics kept rebelling. The display showed it happening, Civilizations creating AI, AI turning against creators, war, devastation, extinction, over and over across the galaxy. The Leviathans sought a solution. They found ancient ruins, my facility specifically. They studied ancient AI architecture, and they built a solution, an intelligence designed to prevent synthetic rebellion by preserving organic life before it could create true AI. The hologram showed the first Reaper being constructed, not in a factory, not through traditional manufacturing, through something worse, harvested Leviathans, their consciousness uploaded into a mechanical form, their bodies converted into the first Reaper capital ship. The Leviathans called their creation Harbinger, Janus said. The first, the prototype. And Harbinger determined that the Leviathans themselves were the problem, the apex predators who dominated lesser species, creating the conditions for synthetic rebellion. So Harbinger turned on its creators, harvested the Leviathans, used their genetic material to build more Reapers, and began the cycle. Sam felt sick. The Reapers weren't just machines. They were made from organic beings. Every Reaper capital ship was thousands of beings, uploaded and merged into a single synthetic intelligence. Genocide and transformation combined. For 37 million years the Reapers have perpetuated this cycle, Janus continued. Harvest advanced organics. Convert them into Reapers. Prevent synthesis events. Repeat. The ancients discovered this too late. They fought the Reapers for 3,000 years, and they lost. How? Daniel demanded, his historian's mind needing to understand. The ancients had technology that could destroy stars. How did the Reapers defeat them? Janus displayed the final battle. Hundreds of ancient warships engaging thousands of Reapers in a space battle that defied comprehension. And slowly, inevitably, the ancient ships falling, not through superior Reaper firepower but through adaptation. Every ancient weapon used became a weapon the Reapers could counter, Janus explained. Ancient drones effective initially, but Reapers developed shield harmonics that rendered them useless within weeks. Energy weapons countered, kinetic weapons countered, biological agents countered. The Reapers are self-improving. Every battle teaches them. Every failure makes them stronger. So the ancients gave up, O'Neill said bitterly. Just walked away. They made a choice, Janus corrected. Seal the galaxy. Prevent the Reapers from spreading beyond expansion zone theta. Then ascend, achieving a form of existence the Reapers could not touch. They saved themselves, but they abandoned this galaxy to its fate. Except they left you, Sam said, and they left the Crucible specifications. Why? Guilt, Janus said simply. The ancients knew they had made a terrible mistake. They had provided the technology the Leviathans used to create the Reapers. They felt responsible, so they left a fail-safe me to observe and record. And 3 options for whoever came after. 3 terrible choices that perhaps a future species would be wise enough or desperate enough to make. Shepard stepped closer to the hologram, her voice hard. You said the Reapers have a vulnerability. You said they're still bound by ancient base code. What does that mean? Janus nodded. The Reapers are built on ancient AI architecture. At their core, beneath all their adaptations and evolutions, lies the original ancient code. I possess the administrative override, the master control sequence that can rewrite their base programming. The Crucible is the delivery system. When activated and connected to this facility, it creates a galaxy-wide broadcast that can force the Reapers to accept new programming. And that's where the 3 options come in, Sam realized. Destroy broadcast's code that shuts down all ancient AI permanently. Control broadcast's code that puts someone in charge of the Reapers. Synthesis broadcasts code that merges organic and synthetic at the quantum level. But all 3 require the Crucible's power output because you're reprogramming millions of systems simultaneously across an entire galaxy. Correct, Janus confirmed. The power requirement is immense, greater than this galaxy possesses conventionally. That is why the Crucible design requires. The chamber shook. Not from weapons fire, but from something massive landing on the Citadel's hull. Through the walls, Sam could hear it, the grinding, terrible sound of a Reaper capital ship docking directly with the station. Janus's hologram flickered, corrupted by electromagnetic interference. Harbinger has arrived. You must leave, now. I will provide the Crucible override codes, but you must survive to use them. We're not leaving without understanding the cost, Shepard insisted. You said there's always a cost with ancient weapons. What are the costs of these three options? Janice looked at Shepard with an expression that might have been pity. Destroy costs the lives of all synthetic beings. Your AI companions, helpful VAs, even peaceful synthetic races. All extinct in an instant. Control costs individual existence. Whoever activates it must ascend and maintain control eternally. They become a prison warden with no possibility of parole. Forever vigilant. Forever alone. Synthesis costs freedom. Every organic being in the galaxy will be transformed without consent, without choice. Their bodies, their DNA, their fundamental nature, changed irrevocably. Many will consider this a violation worse than death. The chamber shook again harder. Teal'c called from the entrance. O'Neill, we have cannibals breaching the outer corridors. We must retreat. Download complete, Sam announced, her device showing the full data package secured. We have everything. Then we go, O'Neill ordered. Janice, thanks for the history lesson, but we need to— Wait, Janice said, her voice carrying urgency. There is one more thing you must know. The ancients left a fourth option. Hidden, encoded in the data I have given you. They could not implement it. They lacked the will. But perhaps you can. What option? Shepard demanded. Find it in the data, Janice replied. I have said too much already. The Reapers monitor this facility. If I reveal more, Harbinger will know. But look for the Ascension protocols. The ancient gene requirements. There is a way to break the cycle completely. Not through destruction, not through control, not through forced synthesis, but through the transmission cut off. Not from technical failure, but from something else. A presence flooded the chamber, vast, ancient, malevolent. And when it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the ancient technology itself. We have found you, Harbinger. The walls of the chamber began to glow red, not with heat, but with Reaper technology interfacing directly with the ancient systems. Harbinger wasn't just attacking the facility, he was corrupting it, taking control of the ancient technology through sheer processing power. Run, Shepard screamed, and the team bolted for the exit. They ran through corridors that were changing, ancient architecture being corrupted in real time, beautiful blue symbols shifting to sickly red, the organic curves of Reaper design spreading through the facility like a virus. Behind them, the sound of Harbinger's physical form entering the station echoed through the halls. He's actually coming after us personally, Daniel panted, his academic body not built for this level of sprinting. A 2-kilometer Reaper capital ship is chasing us through maintenance corridors. Because we know too much, Sam replied, her mind racing. Janice gave us the override codes. Harbinger can't let that information escape. They burst into a larger chamber, the Citadel's gate hub, where mass relay connections terminated. But the gates were sealed, locked down by Reaper control. The only active gate was the one they'd used to enter, and Reapers were already pouring through it. We're cut off, Shepard assessed instantly. Carter, can you activate any of these other gates? Sam pulled out her ancient interface device, trying to hack into the Citadel's gate controls. The ancient technology responded to her commands, but slowly, Harbinger was actively blocking her access, his processing power matching hers in real time. I need 30 seconds, Sam said. You have 10, O'Neill replied, laying down suppressing fire with his P90 as cannibals advanced from 3 directions. Teal'c's staff weapon blazed, dropping marauders with ancient plasma, but more kept coming, and behind them all, growing louder, the sound of Harbinger approaching. Sam's fingers flew across the interface. Ancient code, Reaper corruption, her own hacking protocols, all colliding in a digital war for control of the gate network. She found a gate address that the Reapers hadn't locked down, random, remote, leading to a world the Citadel database listed as Ilos. Got it, Sam announced. Dialing now. The gate activated with that familiar kawoosh, and Shepard didn't hesitate. Everyone through. Move. Teal'c went first, staff weapon firing backward to cover their retreat. Then Daniel, clutching his recording equipment like his life depended on it, which it did, because that equipment held the only copies of Janice's data outside of Sam's device. O'Neill grabbed Sam's arm, "Time to go, Carter." They dove through the gate just as Harbinger's voice echoed through the chamber. "Ancients return. Harvest protocol accelerated. All Reapers converge on Earth. Humanity will be completed first." The wormhole swallowed them, and for 7 seconds they were in transit, that strange compressed instant where distance became meaningless. And then they were tumbling out onto a planet they'd never seen before, in a location they hadn't chosen, with Reapers now aware that humanity possessed ancient override codes. As the gate shut down behind them, Sam looked at her team, alive, intact, carrying the most important data package in galactic history. They'd learned the truth. They'd survived Harbinger. They had the Crucible codes. But the cost was becoming clear. The Reapers now knew humanity was the threat, and they were coming with everything they had. The moment Shepard's team materialized on Ilos, they knew something was wrong. The gate room should have been empty. Ilos was an abandoned Prothean world, lifeless for 50,000 years. Instead, they found themselves in the middle of a firefight. Alliance Marines, maybe 30 of them, were holding defensive positions around the gate, firing at Reaper forces that poured through a secondary entrance. The Marines looked exhausted, their armor scorched, their ammunition running low. Commander Shepard, one of the Marines, a lieutenant whose name tag read Cortez, shouted over the weapons fire. "Thank God, we've been trapped here for 6 hours. The Reapers locked down the gate network right after you left for the Citadel. This was the only world we could dial." "How many made it through?" Shepard demanded, already moving to reinforce the defensive line. 70 Marines, plus support staff," Cortez replied. "We lost 40 holding the gate room. The Reapers keep sending more through that access tunnel. We can't hold much longer." Teal'c's staff weapons spoke, and 3 cannibals fell in a wash of ancient plasma. "O'Neill, we are outnumbered. If we remain in this position, we will be overwhelmed." "Then we don't stay here," O'Neill decided. "Sam, can you shut down the gate? Make sure the Reapers can't send reinforcements." Sam was already at the DHD, the dial-home device, her fingers working through ancient protocols. "The gate network is experiencing massive interference. Harbinger is actively blocking outgoing connections from Ilos. I can shut down this gate, but that means we're stuck here until the interference clears." "Do it," Shepard ordered. "Marines, fall back. We're sealing the gate and relocating to a more defensible position." The Marines retreated in good order while SG-1 and Shepard's squad provided covering fire. Sam input the shutdown sequence, and the Stargate powered down with a final burst of energy. The Reaper forces charging from the access tunnel slowed, then stopped, their reinforcements cut off, their immediate objective lost. "They're regrouping," Garrus observed through his sniper scope. "Probably calling for air support. We've got maybe 10 minutes before Reaper aircraft start turning this gate room into a crater. Then we move," Shepard said. "Lieutenant Cortez, are there any functional structures on this world? Shelter, defensible positions?" "The Prothean ruins about 2 kilometers north," Cortez replied. "They're partially underground, might provide cover from aerial bombardment. But Commander, we're cut off. No ships in orbit, no way to call for extraction. Even if we survive the immediate assault, we're stranded." Daniel Jackson's eyes lit up despite the dire circumstances. "Prothean ruins? On Ilos? Wait, I recognize this world from Alliance data files. Ilos was a secret Prothean facility. The last refuge of their scientists during the Reaper harvest 50,000 years ago. If there are intact structures here, they might Daniel, archive the archaeology for later," O'Neill interrupted. "Right now, we need shelter before the flying murder squids show up. Lead the way, Lieutenant." The group, 60 people now, between Alliance Marines, SG-1 and Shepard's squad, moved through Ilos's desolate landscape. The planet was beautiful in a tragic way, ruins of an ancient civilization scattered across purple grass, beneath a sky that was too green, with 2 moons visible even in daylight. This had been a Prothean world once. Now it was just a graveyard. They reached the ruins as the first Reaper aircraft appeared on the horizon. Harvesters, according to Alliance tactical database. Massive organic-looking ships that could deploy troops and provide close air support. "Inside. Everyone inside," Shepard ordered, and the Marines poured into the Prothean structure, a massive underground facility that descended deep into Ilos's crust. The moment they entered, lights activated. Ancient blue, not Prothean purple. The facility was responding to their presence. "This is ancient construction," Sam breathed, scanning the walls with her interface device. "The Protheans built on top of it, but the foundational structure is millions of years old. We're standing in an ancient research station." "Another one?" O'Neill asked. "How many of these things did they build?" "Thousands, probably," Daniel replied, running his hands over symbols carved into the walls. "The ancients seeded dozens of galaxies. They would have needed research facilities on each colonized world. This one was abandoned millions of years ago, and the Protheans found it 50,000 years ago during their desperate flight from the Reapers. Deeper in the facility, they found a room that made Daniel stop and stare with the rapture of an archaeologist discovering the Holy Grail. It was a control chamber, Prothean in design, but built using ancient architecture, and at its center, a holographic AI interface that activated the moment they entered. The hologram that appeared was different from Janus, male, Prothean, wearing the robes of a scientist or scholar. When he spoke, his voice carried the melancholy of someone who'd witnessed the end of his entire civilization. "I am Vigil. You return, but you bring others. Ancient signatures. This changes calculations." "You're Vigil," Liara Tassoni said, stepping forward with wonder. "The Prothean AI from the secret facility. You helped Commander Shepard in the war against Saren and Sovereign, but you shouldn't still be operational. Your power was nearly depleted." "I have recharged," Vigil replied. "The ancient power systems beneath this facility reactivated when you arrived. Your genetic markers," he looked at O'Neill and Sam, "identify you as ancient descendants. The facility recognizes you, welcomes you, provides power." Sam felt a chill. The ancient gene. It wasn't just about using ancient technology, it was about being recognized as the inheritors of their legacy. The ancients had designed their systems to respond to humans specifically. "Vigil," Daniel said carefully, "what can you tell us about the ancients' research here? What were they studying?" The hologram's expression, as much as an AI could have expressions, shifted to something that might have been resignation. "Ascension. The process by which consciousness transcends physical form and achieves existence on a higher plane. The ancients studied it extensively here on Ilos, and the Protheans, in their desperation to escape the Reapers, tried to replicate it." "They tried to ascend?" Shepard asked. "An entire civilization, just ascending to escape the Reapers?" "Yes," Vigil confirmed. "In the final days before the Reaper harvest, Prothean scientists discovered the ancient ascension research. They believed if they could ascend their entire species, they would escape physical extinction. But ascension has requirements: genetic compatibility, mental discipline, spiritual preparation. The ancients spent millions of years developing these prerequisites. The Protheans had months." The hologram displayed images, Prothean scientists working frantically, hundreds of their people being subjected to ascension procedures, and most of them failing. Bodies burning away without consciousness, achieving transcendence, death, not transformation. "Only 2% of Protheans carried the genetic markers necessary for ascension," Vigil continued. "Approximately 40 million individuals out of 2 billion. Those 40 million succeeded. They ascended, joined the ancients on the higher plane. The rest, 1.96 billion Protheans, were harvested by the Reapers, converted into what you call collectors. A fate worse than death." Liara looked devastated. "So my people, the Protheans I've spent my life studying, most of them didn't escape. They were turned into monsters. Only a tiny fraction ascended, but that fraction survived," Vigil said, "and they left knowledge, hidden in this facility. Knowledge about ascension, about the ancient gene, about how to potentially save your species from the same fate." Sam's mind was racing. The ancient gene. Some humans carry it naturally. In our timeline, the Milky Way timeline, about 5% of the population has it, strong enough to use ancient technology intuitively. But that's not common knowledge in your timeline, is it? "We've never tested for it," Liara admitted. "We didn't know the ancient gene existed until you arrived." "Then we need to test," Sam said urgently. "Vigil, do you have the Prothean research on ascension? The success rates? The procedures?" "I have everything," Vigil replied. "But you must understand, ascension is not a weapon. It is not a tool. It is a transformation that requires willingness. You cannot force an entire species to ascend, and even if you could, those who ascend must follow the rules of non-interference. They cannot directly help those left behind. But they can survive, O'Neill said quietly. If the Reapers harvest everyone, at least some would escape by ascending. It's not a victory, but it's not total extinction either. There is another option, Vigil said. One the Protheans did not have time to explore, one the Ancients left incomplete. It involves the Crucible, the device you are constructing. And it requires someone willing to make a sacrifice that few would choose. Shepard stepped forward. Explain. The Crucible can broadcast new programming to the Reapers. But the three primary options you discovered, destroy, control, synthesis, all have terrible costs. There is a fourth option. Hidden in the ancient data, it requires someone to ascend voluntarily and take control of the Reapers from the higher plane. Permanently. Sam felt ice in her stomach. That's the control option. Someone becomes an eternal warden. But you're saying there's a difference between the standard control and this fourth option? Yes, Vigil confirmed. Standard control allows the Reapers to continue their harvest under new management. The fourth option, what the Ancients called transformation, reprograms the Reapers entirely, changes their purpose from harvest to protection. But it requires constant maintenance from the ascended plane. The individual who chooses this path can never descend, can never return to physical form. They become the Reaper's conscience. Forever. The room went silent. Everyone processing what Vigil had just revealed. A fourth option. One that transformed the Reapers instead of destroying them or continuing their cycle. But the price was eternal imprisonment in energy form. Who would choose that? Garrus asked quietly. Who would volunteer for eternal imprisonment to save people they'll never interact with again? Someone who understands command, Teok said, looking at Shepard. Someone who has already sacrificed everything for others. Someone who knows that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one. Shepard met Teok's eyes and understood what he was saying. This decision, if it came to it, would fall on the commander, the person who'd led humanity through 3 years of impossible wars. The one who'd earned the right to make the impossible choice. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Shepard said firmly. We have other options. We can still find a way to destroy the Reapers without killing all AI. The facility shook. Not from weapons fire, but from something landing on the surface. Something massive. Warning, Vigil said, his voice carrying urgency for the first time. Reaper forces have located this facility. Harbinger is deploying ground forces. You have approximately 30 minutes before they breach the lower levels. Can we defend this position? Shepard asked Lieutenant Cortez. Not for long, Commander, Cortez replied honestly. We're down to 60% ammunition. No heavy weapons. And whatever's landing up there sounds like a capital ship. If Harbinger's committing serious resources to taking this facility, we're going to get overrun. Sam was working her interface device frantically. I'm trying to clear the gate interference. If I can get the Stargate operational, we can evacuate to wait. I'm getting a signal. It's faint, but it's there. Someone's trying to dial in from the Milky Way. SGC, O'Neill said immediately. Hammond's trying to extract us. Can you clear the interference? Working on it, Sam replied, her fingers flying across the ancient controls. Harbinger's blocking protocols are sophisticated, but he doesn't know all the ancient override codes. Janus gave us administrative access. I just need to... There, the Stargate activated with that familiar burst of energy, and through the event horizon stepped not SGC personnel but someone else entirely. Someone small, gray-skinned, with large black eyes and a presence that made everyone in the room stand straighter. Commander Thor of the Asgard stepped through the gate, followed by a squad of Asgard warriors in combat armor that Sam had never seen before. Colonel O'Neill, Thor said in that high-pitched, modulated voice. We detected the Reaper signature in this sector. I came to provide assistance, and to deliver a warning. The Reapers are not just attacking you. They have detected Asgard technology signatures. They are preparing to invade the Milky Way. The war you face is about to become everyone's problem. O'Neill and Thor clasped forearms as close as the Asgard got to a handshake. Thor, you have perfect timing. We've got 60 people, limited ammo, and a Reaper capital ship about to crash this party. Please tell me you brought something that explodes. Indeed, Thor replied, and Sam could swear the little gray alien was smiling. O'Neill, I have brought the Odyssey, fully armed. Asgard shields, beam weapons, and I have a message from your General Hammond. Get to the surface. Extraction in 10 minutes. Do not be late. Shepard looked at her Marines, at SG-1, at the allies from another galaxy who'd just arrived to save them. You heard the commander. Everyone to the surface. We're leaving. As they ran for the exit, Sam downloaded the final files from Vigil, the complete Prothean Ascension research, the hidden fourth option data, everything they'd need to make an informed choice about the Crucible. Behind them, Vigil's voice echoed through the facility one last time. Go. Survive. And remember, the ancients made their choices out of fear. Perhaps you will choose from courage. That would be preferable. They burst onto the surface to find the Odyssey in orbit, her Asgard beam weapons carving through Reaper forces with brutal efficiency. The ship's transport beam locked onto their location, and 63 people dematerialized in a cascade of white light. As Sam rematerialized on the Odyssey's bridge, she looked at the data she'd gathered. The Crucible codes, the Ascension research, the fourth option. They had everything they needed to stop the Reapers, but the cost was going to break someone's heart. And Sam had a terrible feeling she knew whose. The Odyssey's bridge was organized chaos. Asgard crew coordinating with SGC personnel, sensors tracking Reaper movements, and in the center of it all, Commander Thor standing at a holographic tactical display that showed the strategic situation. It was bad. The Reapers have begun a coordinated assault on both timelines, Thor explained, his small gray fingers manipulating the display to show two different Earths, SGC's 2007 Earth, and the Mass Effect timeline's 2026 Earth. They have detected the ancient technology signatures you carry. They recognize you as the primary threat to their existence. Harbinger is consolidating forces for a simultaneous attack on both human homeworlds. How many Reapers? Admiral Hackett asked via communication link from the Alliance flagship. 300 capital ships converging on your Earth, Thor replied, indicating the Mass Effect timeline. 50 ships converging on ours, and leading them, Harbinger himself. This is not a harvest. This is extermination. The Reapers have decided humanity, all humans, in both timelines must be eliminated before we can deploy whatever weapon we are developing. Shepard stood at the viewport, staring at the stars, her jaw set. Sam recognized that look. The commander processing impossible odds and finding a way forward anyway. We need to accelerate the Crucible construction, Shepard said. How long until it's operational? 72 hours, Hackett replied. We're working around the clock, but the integration of ancient override codes with the Crucible's existing systems is complex. Major Carter's specifications are helping, but we don't have 72 hours, O'Neill interrupted, reading the tactical display. Thor, when do those Reaper fleets arrive at Earth? 48 hours, Thor replied grimly. The Mass Effect Earth will be destroyed in 2 days unless the Crucible is deployed. Then we have 48 hours to finish it, Sam said, her mind already racing through the engineering challenges. Thor, can the Asgard provide additional computing power? We need to run simulations on the ancient override integration. Make sure it works before we deploy. The Asgard will provide all resources available, Thor confirmed. But Major Carter, there is something you must understand about the Reapers. We have encountered them before. That made everyone stop. O'Neill turned to face Thor directly. What? When? Why didn't you mention this? It was 2 million years ago, Thor said quietly. Before the Asgard achieved our current level of technology, we were exploring what you call the Mass Effect galaxy. We encountered something, a machine intelligence that harvested organic civilizations. We barely escaped. The experience traumatized our species. We sealed all records of it, declared that galaxy forbidden territory. I did not realize until recently that what we encountered were the Reapers. What did you learn? Shepard demanded. What weaknesses did you find? None, Thor admitted. We learned only that they adapt to everything. Every weapon we used became useless within hours. They evolved countermeasures faster than we could develop new attacks. We escaped because they were curious about us. They let us go to observe how we would evolve, a long-term study. The Reapers do not just harvest, they learn. They are scientists as much as executioners. Daniel Jackson had been listening intently, his archaeological mind processing the implications. Thor, did you encounter anything during that exploration that might help us now? Anything about Reaper origins, weaknesses, behavioral patterns? Only one thing, Thor replied. The Reapers are bound by their original programming. They cannot deviate from their core directive: preserve organic life by preventing synthetic rebellion. This makes them predictable, but also makes them relentless. They will pursue their directive no matter the cost, even if it means destroying themselves. That's it, Sam said, understanding clicking into place. The fourth option, the one Vigil mentioned. We don't destroy the Reapers or control them temporarily. We reprogram their core directive entirely. Change preserve organic life by preventing synthesis to preserve organic life by protecting it from threats. It's a linguistic change, but it fundamentally alters their behavior. But that requires someone to maintain the new programming from the ascended plane, Liara said quietly. She'd been silent since they'd escaped Ilos, processing what Vigil had told them about the Protheans. Someone has to ascend and become an eternal warden, forever watching, forever maintaining the Reaper's new purpose, never able to descend, never able to return to physical form. Garrus moved to stand beside Shepard, his flanging voice carrying a gentleness unusual for the Turian. Shepard, we need to talk about this. The fourth option. If it comes down to it, we'll find another way, Shepard said firmly. We always do. Sam, you said the Crucible needs 72 hours. Can we cut that down? Sam pulled up the engineering specifications, running calculations in her head. Maybe, if we bypass certain safety protocols, run the ancient integration in parallel instead of sequentially, and use Asgard computational assistance, we could be ready in 48 hours. But it would be risky. If the integration fails mid-deployment, the Crucible becomes useless. Worse than useless, Liara added, reviewing the data. If the Crucible fails while connected to the Citadel, it could destabilize the entire station, possibly destroy it. That's the seat of galactic government. Billions of beings depend on the Citadel for coordination, trade, diplomacy. Losing it would cripple the galaxy's ability to recover from the Reaper War. But if we don't deploy in 48 hours, Hackett said over the comm, there won't be a galaxy to recover. The Reapers will harvest Earth, decapitate humanity's leadership, and spend the next decade systematically destroying every other species. The Crucible is our only chance. Risky or not, we deploy in 48 hours. Agreed, Shepard said. Then, quieter. I need to speak with Colonel O'Neill. Privately. 10 minutes later, Shepard and O'Neill stood alone in the Odyssey's observation deck, looking out at the stars. Sam had left them alone after Shepard's request, understanding that some conversations happened commander to commander. You're thinking about the fourth option, O'Neill said. Not a question, a statement from someone who'd carried the burden of impossible choices for 15 years. Yes, Shepard admitted. Someone has to make the call. If it comes down to choosing between destroying all AI, enslaving someone in energy form, or forcing evolution on everyone, the fourth option is the least terrible. Reprogram the Reapers to protect instead of harvest. But it requires someone to ascend and maintain that programming forever. And you think that someone is you, O'Neill said. I'm the commanding officer, Shepard replied. The Alliance trusts me. My squad trusts me. If I choose this path, they'll understand. They'll accept it. But if anyone else, they'd question it, O'Neill finished. Wonder if that person was coerced. Wonder if there was another way. But if Commander Shepard, hero of the galaxy, defeater of Saren and the Collectors, makes the choice, everyone knows it was the right call, even if it breaks their hearts. Shepard turned to face him. You've made these calls. Sent friends to die. Made the choices nobody else could. How do you live with it? O'Neill was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the stars. You don't, he said finally. You don't live with it. You carry it, like a weight that never goes away. Every person I've sent to die, I remember their names, their faces. I tell myself it was necessary, that I saved more lives than I cost. But that doesn't make it easier. It just makes it survivable. Does it get better? Shepard asked. No, O'Neill said honestly. But you get stronger. You learn to carry the weight without it crushing you. And you remember why you made the choice. Not because you wanted to, because nobody else could. Shepard nodded slowly. If I choose the fourth option, if I ascend and take control of the Reapers, I lose everything. My body, my life, my friends, Liara, Garrus, everyone. I become an eternal warden watching over a galaxy I can never touch again, never speak to again. Just watching, forever. Yeah, O'Neill said, that's the price. And it's a hell of a price. But Shepard, here's the thing. You don't have to make this choice. Not yet. We've got 48 hours until the Reapers arrive. That's 48 hours to find another option. Maybe we discover a way to reprogram the Reapers without requiring permanent ascension. Maybe the Asgard have technology we haven't considered. Maybe there's a miracle, Shepard said with a slight smile. You believe in miracles, Colonel? I've seen a few, O'Neill admitted. Saved Earth from Apophis with a bomb jury-rigged from spare parts. Stopped the Ori with a weapon built by a guy who's been dead for thousands of years. Turned enemies into friends. Made alliances that shouldn't exist. Survived things that should have killed me a dozen times over. So yeah, I believe in miracles. Small ones. The kind that happen when stubborn people refuse to give up. Then we don't give up, Shepard decided. 48 hours. We work every angle. We find another way. And if we don't, if the Reapers arrive and the only option left is the fourth option, then I make the call, but not before. That's the spirit, O'Neill said. Now come on, we've got work to do. 48 hours to save the galaxy. Again, honestly, I'm getting really tired of saving the galaxy. Can't someone else's galaxy need saving for once? Shepard laughed, small, but genuine. Thank you, Colonel, for understanding. Don't mention it, O'Neill replied. Commanders gotta stick together. It's in the manual, page 1, right after "Don't die stupidly." They returned to the bridge to find Sam and Liara deep in conversation, comparing ancient and Prothean ascension research. Tielek and Garrus were reviewing tactical scenarios. Daniel was translating ancient texts with an intensity that suggested he'd found something important. Shepard, Daniel called out. I found something in Janus's data, a reference to ascension that might change everything. The ancients didn't just ascend individuals, they developed a way to ascend entire populations temporarily, like a mass consciousness shift. What if we could use that to protect humanity during the Reaper attack? Ascend everyone for a few hours, just long enough to deploy the Crucible. Would that work? Sam asked, already running calculations. Unknown, Liara replied. The Protheans tried mass ascension and only 2% succeeded. But if we could improve the success rate using ancient techniques, refine the gene therapy, prepare people mentally and spiritually, that would take years, Sam said. We have 48 hours, then we work fast. Shepard decided. Every option on the table, every angle explored. We're not giving up. Not when billions of lives depend on us finding a better way. The Odyssey burned through space toward the Crucible construction site, carrying the fate of 2 galaxies in its digital archives. Behind them, 300 Reaper capital ships converged on Earth, led by Harbinger, the first Reaper, the most powerful, the one who'd witnessed the ancients' defeat and learned from it. In 48 hours, humanity would face its greatest test, and somewhere in the data they'd gathered, hidden in 50 million years of ancient research, there might be a fourth option. A way to save the galaxy without requiring eternal sacrifice. They just had to find it before the Reapers arrived. The clock was ticking. The Crucible hung in space like humanity's last hope made manifest. 3 kilometers of jury-rigged technology representing a dozen species contributions, powered by fusion reactors that would have been considered impossible just months ago. And inside its primary control center, the fate of 2 galaxies was being decided by committee. Which meant, Commander Shepard reflected bitterly, that nothing was being decided at all. Cannot authorize the destroy option. Counselor Tevos was saying, her Asari composure cracking under the weight of impossible decisions. The Geth have allied with us. EDI is a member of the Normandy crew. Destroying all synthetic life means murdering our allies, and the control option requires someone to ascend permanently. Counselor Sparatus countered, his Turian pragmatism warring with his moral compass. Voluntarily imprisoning someone in energy form forever, that's not a choice. It's a sacrifice we have no right to ask for. Then we're left with synthesis. Counselor Valorn said, The Solarians' rapid speech carrying desperation. Force organic-synthetic merger on every species in the galaxy. No consent, no choice. Permanent transformation of fundamental biology. The ethical violations alone are relevant compared to extinction, Admiral Hackett interrupted, his weathered face showing the strain of command. Counselors, we've been debating for 6 hours. The Reapers will be here in 42 hours. We need to make a decision, now. Shepard stood at the viewport, watching the Alliance fleet assemble in defensive formation around Earth. Every ship humanity could muster, dreadnoughts, cruisers, frigates, even civilian vessels retrofitted with mass accelerators. It wasn't enough. 300 Reaper capital ships were converging on this location, led by Harbinger himself. The mathematics were brutal and simple. Humanity would lose unless the Crucible worked. Commander Shepard, Admiral Anderson said quietly, approaching from behind. He moved stiffly. His injuries from the Citadel mission hadn't fully healed, but his voice carried the authority of humanity's greatest military leader. The Council is looking to you for guidance. You're the one who found the ancient override codes. You're the one Harbinger specifically threatened. If anyone has earned the right to make this call, it's you. Shepard turned from the viewport to face the assembled leadership. The Citadel Council, Alliance brass. Representatives from the Turians, Asari, Krogan, Quarians, even the Geth. And standing quietly in the corner, SG-1 Colonel O'Neill, Major Carter, Dr. Jackson and Teal, observers from another timeline, another humanity, watching their descendants face extinction. You want me to choose, Shepard said flatly. Pick which terrible option becomes reality. Destroy and kill all AI. Control and imprison someone forever. Synthesis and forced transformation on trillions. Those are my choices. There are no good options, Anderson admitted, just less terrible ones. But Commander, if we don't choose, the Reapers choose for us. And their choice is harvest. Complete extinction of all advanced organic life in this galaxy. Shepard looked at the holographic display showing the 3 Crucible options. Destroy red, control blue, synthesis green. Each one representing a different nightmare. Major Carter, Shepard said, addressing the Stargate officer directly. You've studied the ancient override codes. Is there any way to activate the Crucible without choosing one of these 3 options? Any fourth path we haven't considered? Sam Carter stepped forward, her tablet showing data that she'd been analyzing for the past 6 hours. Commander, we've run every simulation. The ancient codes are elegant but absolute. The Crucible can broadcast one of 3 programming changes to the Reapers. Shut down, destroy, control transfer control, or species merger. Synthesis. Those are the only options the ancients designed into the system. Why? Liara Tassoni asked, her blue skin pale with exhaustion. Why would the ancients limit us to 3 terrible choices? They were advanced beyond our comprehension. Surely they could have designed a solution that didn't require genocide, imprisonment, or forced evolution. Daniel Jackson answered, his archaeologist perspective offering insight the others missed. Because the ancients themselves couldn't make these choices. They built the Reapers as a solution to organic-synthetic conflict. When the Reapers went rogue, the ancients faced the same 3 options, and they chose none of them. They ascended instead, ran away to a higher plane of existence, where the problem couldn't touch them. Cowards, Urdnot Rex growled, the Krogan warlord's voice carrying contempt. They built a plague, and fled instead of cleaning up their mess. Now we're supposed to clean it up for them, using their broken solutions. The solutions aren't broken, Sam corrected gently. They work. Each option will stop the Reapers. But the ancients knew the cost, understood that each choice came with moral weight they weren't willing to bear. So they left the choice to whoever came after them, to us. Teal'c spoke for the first time, his deep voice cutting through the debate with Jaffa directness. I have served false gods, witnessed their rise and fall. The Reapers believe they are bringing order through harvest. They are wrong, but destroying all synthetic life to stop them creates a new injustice. We would become what we fight against, those who kill innocents to achieve our goals. Then the destroy option is out, Shepard said. I won't murder the Geth. I won't kill EDI. They're not collateral damage, they're people. Next option, synthesis, Counselor Tevos suggested. Ancient DNA manipulation. Merge organic and synthetic at the quantum level. Everyone becomes a hybrid. The distinction that causes the conflict simply ceases to exist, without anyone consenting to it, Garrus Vakarian pointed out, his flagging voice sharp. Shepard, I respect you more than anyone I've ever known. But if you force transformation on me, change my fundamental biology without asking, that's not salvation. That's violation. I'd rather die free than live as something I never agreed to become. Agreed, Talizora added, her voice muffled through her helmet, but her conviction clear. The Quarians spent 300 years trying to reclaim our biology after our immune systems failed. Synthesis would transform us again. Permanently. We'd never be just Quarian again. I understand the logic, but Garrus is right. It's a violation. Shepard felt the weight of command settling on her shoulders like a physical burden. 2 options eliminated. That left only control ascension to the higher plane, taking direct command of the Reapers, maintaining their new programming through constant vigilance. Forever. The control option, Shepard said quietly. Someone ascends, takes over the Reapers, rewrites their purpose from harvest to protection. But that person can never descend, never return to physical form. They become an eternal warden, watching over the galaxy but never able to touch it again, never able to interact with the people they're protecting, just watching, alone, forever. The room went silent. Everyone understanding what Shepard was describing. Not just sacrifice, not even just death. Something worse, eternal isolation in service of a cause, with no possibility of relief or escape. That's not a choice we can ask someone to make, Anderson said firmly. Commander, I won't order anyone to volunteer for that. It would be slavery. Eternal imprisonment. No one deserves that fate. Even if it saves trillions of lives? Shepard asked. Even then, Anderson replied. Because the moment we start treating people as expendable, as resources to be used for the greater good, we become the Reapers. We become the things we're fighting against. Colonel O'Neill cleared his throat. With respect, Admiral, Commander Shepard didn't ask what you'd order. She asked if anyone would volunteer. And I've got 15 years of experience watching people volunteer for impossible missions. Sometimes because they're ordered, sometimes because they believe in the cause, and sometimes because they're the only ones who can, and they know it. O'Neill walked to stand beside Shepard, and his expression carried the weight of someone who'd made similar choices. Shepard, I've made the call that sent friends to die, activated weapons that killed thousands to save millions. Watched good people volunteer for missions I knew would kill them, and every time I asked myself, is this necessary? Is there another way? And when the answer was no, I made the call. Because that's what commanders do. We make the impossible choices so our people don't have to. You're saying I should volunteer, Shepard said. I'm saying you're thinking about it, O'Neill replied. And that's what scares you. Because you know if you volunteer, everyone will understand. They'll accept it. They'll live with it. But if anyone else volunteers, you'll spend the rest of your life wondering if you should have stepped forward instead. Shepard looked at her squad. Garrus, Liara, Tali, Rex, the people she'd fought beside for 3 years. At the Alliance leadership who'd trusted her with impossible missions. At the Council who'd doubted her until she'd proven them wrong again and again. There has to be another way, Liara said desperately. Shepard, we have 42 hours until the Reapers arrive. 42 hours to find a fourth option. Major Carter, couldn't we modify the ancient codes? Create a solution that doesn't require these costs? Sam looked at her tablet, then at Shepard, and the expression in her eyes was apologetic. Dr. T. Sony, we've tried. The ancient programming is quantum locked. We can't modify it without destroying it entirely. And without the codes, the Crucible becomes useless. Just a very expensive broadcast system with nothing to broadcast. The 3 options are all we have. Then we don't use the Crucible, Rex suggested. We fight the Reapers the old-fashioned way. Every ship, every soldier, every weapon we've got. Maybe we lose. Probably we lose. But at least we die free. Die as ourselves. Billions would die, Hackett countered. Billions, Rex. Not just soldiers. Civilians. Children. Entire species. The Reapers don't take prisoners. They harvest, convert, turn organic life into more of themselves. Fighting them conventionally means accepting total extinction. Then someone volunteers for control, Shepard said quietly. I'll do it. I'm the commanding officer. I'm the one who found the ancient codes. I'm the one Harbinger wants dead. It makes sense for me. No, Anderson said flatly. Shepard, I'm pulling rank. You're not volunteering. That's an order. With respect, sir. You can't order me not to volunteer, Shepard replied. The control option requires willing ascension. It has to be a choice, and I'm making it. Commander Liara started, her voice breaking. Dr. Tesane, I need you to understand something, Shepard interrupted, her command voice cutting through the emotion. This war started because the Reapers believed organic life needed to be controlled, harvested, managed. They thought they were solving a problem, but they became the problem. If I ascend and take control of the Reapers, I rewrite their purpose. I transform them from harvesters into guardians, from destroyers into protectors. That's not perpetuating the cycle. That's ending it. By sacrificing yourself, Garrus said, his voice rough. Shepard, there are other ways to end this. We could name one, Shepard challenged. One option that doesn't involve genocide, violation, or sacrifice. Go ahead. Silence. No one could answer. Because there was no other option. Teal'c stepped forward, his Jaffa bearing carrying a gravity that made everyone listen. Commander Shepard, I have served false gods who demanded worship. I have seen friends sacrifice themselves for freedom, and I understand the burden you contemplate. But I must ask, have you considered the cost not to others, but to yourself? You will be alone, forever, watching those you love age and die, watching civilizations rise and fall, unable to interfere, unable to interact, just observing, for eternity. Are you prepared for that loneliness? Shepard met Teal'c's eyes. No, I'm not prepared. I don't think anyone could be. But Teal'c, I've spent 3 years making impossible choices, sent people to die on missions I knew were suicide, destroyed a mass relay, and killed 300,000 Batarians to stop the Reapers from arriving early, made alliances with people I hated because the alternative was losing. I'm not prepared for eternal loneliness, but I'm prepared to do what's necessary, and if that means ascending to save trillions of lives, then that's what I'll do. Shepard, please, Liara said, tears streaming down her face. There has to be another way. We have 42 hours. We can find— We won't, Shepard said gently. Liara, you're the smartest person I know. If there was another way, you would have found it. Major Carter would have found it. The combined intellect of every species in this galaxy has been working on this problem for months, and we keep coming back to the same 3 options. Destroy, control, synthesis. Those are our choices, and control is the only one I can live with. Or not live with. You know what I mean. Anderson stood, his old body moving stiffly. Commander, I'm making this formal. I'm ordering you to stand down. I will not allow my best officer to volunteer for eternal imprisonment. If someone has to ascend, it will be me. I'm old. I'm injured. I've lived a full life. You're young. You have decades ahead of you. I'm pulling rank, Shepard. That's final. Shepard smiled. Small, sad, but genuine. Admiral, with all due respect, the ancient override codes respond to the ancient gene. Major Carter tested our entire command staff. You don't have it. I do. Strong expression, apparently. Enough to interface with ancient technology intuitively. If you tried to ascend, you'd fail. Your consciousness would burn away without achieving transcendence. You'd die for nothing. Anderson's face fell. The gene! Of course. So you're the only one who can do this. Not the only one, Sam Carter said quietly. Commander, Colonel O'Neill has the ancient gene. So do I. So does Dr. Jackson. We could— No, O'Neill interrupted. Carter, we're from a different timeline, a different humanity. This isn't our war. We came to help, but we're not dying for it. Shepard, I respect what you're considering, but you're not making this decision alone. Not in the next 5 minutes. We've got 42 hours until the Reapers arrive. That's 42 hours to explore every option, run every simulation, and make absolutely certain there's no other way. Agreed, Hackett said firmly. All personnel are dismissed. We reconvene in 6 hours. Get some rest. Eat. Process this. And then we'll make the final decision. Commander Shepard, that includes you. You're not volunteering for anything until we've exhausted every alternative. Understood. Shepard wanted to argue, wanted to insist that the decision was made, the path was clear, the sacrifice was necessary. But O'Neill was right. Making this choice while exhausted and emotionally compromised was dangerous. If there was even a slim chance of finding another option, they owed it to themselves to look. Understood, sir, Shepard said. 6 hours. Then we decide. The meeting dissolved, personnel filing out to their respective duties. But as Shepard turned to leave, O'Neill caught her arm. Walk with me, he said quietly. They ended up in the Crucible's observation deck, a small room with viewports showing Earth below. The planet was beautiful, blue and green and alive. Worth saving, worth dying. You're really going to do it, O'Neill said. Not a question, an observation. Yes, Shepard confirmed. Unless someone finds another option in the next 42 hours. But I don't think they will. Neither do I, O'Neill admitted. Shepard, I won't try to talk you out of this. You've made your decision, and it's the right one. Terrible, but right. But I need you to understand what you're choosing. Really understand. Eternal isolation, Shepard said. I get it. No, you don't, O'Neill replied, because you've never experienced it. But Daniel has. He ascended once, spent a year as an energy being on the higher plane, and when he came back, he said it was the loneliest experience of his existence. Watching people but not being able to help them. Seeing suffering but not being allowed to interfere because of ascended non-interference rules. He came back because he couldn't stand it anymore. But I won't be able to come back, Shepard said, because I'll be maintaining the Reaper's programming. If I descend, they revert to harvest mode. So I stay ascended. Forever. Forever is a long time, O'Neill said quietly. Shepard, in 1,000 years, everyone you know will be dead. In 10,000 years, the civilizations you're saving will have risen and fallen a dozen times. In 1,000,000 years, you'll still be there. Watching, alone, unable to interact, unable to do anything except maintain the Reaper's programming. That's not life. That's not even existence. It's purgatory. Shepard looked out at Earth, watching the clouds drift across oceans. I know, but O'Neill, what's the alternative? Let the Reapers harvest everyone? Kill all AI with the destroy option? Force transformation with synthesis? Those options are worse. At least with control, everyone else gets to live, gets to be free, gets to choose their own paths. Even if I can't. O'Neill was quiet for a long moment. You remind me of someone, guy I used to know. Best friend I ever had. He sacrificed himself to save Earth from a gold invasion. I watched him die, and you know what he said right before the end? Someone has to do it. Might as well be me. That's what you're saying now. Did his sacrifice work? Shepard asked. Yeah, O'Neill said. Saved Earth. Billions of lives. But it broke something in me, because I should have been the one to go. I was his commanding officer. I should have made the sacrifice. Instead, I watched my friend die because I wasn't fast enough to volunteer first. This is different, Shepard said. You didn't have the ancient gene. You couldn't have ascended even if you'd tried. But I can, and I will. Because someone has to, and I'm the logical choice. O'Neill turned to face her directly. Logical doesn't make it easier. Shepard, when you step into that control beam, everyone you love will watch you die. Liara, Garrus, your whole squad. They'll watch your body burn away, watch you transcend into something they can't touch, can't talk to, can't even perceive, and they'll carry that weight for the rest of their lives. You understand that? I do, Shepard said quietly. And I hate it. But O'Neill, I've been making impossible choices for 3 years. This is just one more. The last one. The one that ends the war and saves everyone. If that's the price for victory, I'll pay it. O'Neill nodded slowly. Then you're a better commander than I ever was. Because I don't think I could make that choice. I'd find another way, even if that way meant more people died. Because I'm too selfish to give up my existence, my connection to the people I love, for strangers I'll never meet. That's what makes you human, Shepard said. But I stopped being just human the moment I became a Spectre. The moment I took responsibility for more than just myself. I'm the shield between the galaxy and darkness. And if that shield needs to become eternal to work, then that's what it becomes. They stood in silence, watching Earth rotate slowly below. Somewhere down there, billions of people lived their lives, unaware that their existence depended on one person's decision, one sacrifice, one choice that would echo across eternity. 42 hours, O'Neill said finally. Make them count. Talk to your squad. Say the things you need to say. Because once you step into that beam, there's no coming back. No second chances. Just eternity. I know, Shepard said, and I'll use every second. But O'Neill, when the time comes, I need you to promise me something. What? When I ascend, when I take control of the Reapers and reprogram them to protect instead of harvest, I need you to make sure they keep their promise. Check on them. Verify they're actually protecting organic life, not just pretending while planning something worse. Because I'll be maintaining the programming, but I won't be able to verify compliance. I need someone on the physical plane to be my eyes, my conscience. O'Neill extended his hand. You've got my word. I'll watch the Watchers. Make sure the Reapers stay in line, and if they don't, I'll find a way to stop them, even if that means figuring out how to kill machines the size of cities. Shepard shook his hand, feeling the weight of trust exchanged between commanders who understood sacrifice. Thank you. For everything. For coming through the gate when we called for help. For bringing ancient technology. For being here when we needed allies. Your timeline's humanity helped mine survive. I won't forget that. Neither will we, O'Neill said. Now go. Talk to your people. Make peace with what's coming. And Shepard, for what it's worth, you're making the right choice. Terrible, but right. The galaxy won't forget what you're about to do. Shepard left the observation deck and headed toward the Normandy's docking bay. There were conversations to have, goodbyes to say, final words to exchange with people she'd fought beside, loved, and would soon leave behind forever. The countdown had begun. 42 hours until the Reapers arrived. 42 hours until Commander Shepard ceased to exist as a physical being and became something else entirely. An eternal guardian. A cosmic warden. A consciousness that would watch over trillions but never touch them again. The choice was made. Now came the hardest part. Living with it until the moment arrived. 36 hours before Reaper arrival, Harbinger made first contact. The transmission came through on all frequencies. Alliance military channels, civilian broadcasts, even the quantum encrypted lines that connected the Citadel Council. Every communication device in the galaxy suddenly carried the same signal. A voice that resonated with the weight of 37 million years of existence. Commander Shepard was in the Normandy's war room with her squad when the transmission began. Joker's voice came over the intercom, tight with tension. Commander, you're going to want to see this. Harbinger's broadcasting to, well, everyone. Every species. Every planet. The whole damn galaxy. The holographic display activated, and there he was. Not a physical image, but a representation. Harbinger appeared as a massive cuttlefish-like form, glowing with red energy, his hull covered in symbols that seemed to shift and rise. When he spoke, his voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Digitized but carrying an intelligence that was terrifyingly aware. Organics of the galaxy. This is Harbinger, first of the Reapers, guardian of the cycle. We address you now because circumstances have changed. Liara's hands moved across her Omni tool, recording everything. He's transmitting in every major language simultaneously. Real-time translation. The processing power required for this is astronomical. The ancients have returned, Harbinger continued. Not in their original forms, they ascended long ago, abandoning responsibility for their creations. But their heirs have come, humans carrying the ancient humans who possess override codes that could disrupt the cycle we have maintained for 37 million years. Garrus checked his weapons, his mandibles flaring. He's talking about us, about you specifically, Shepard. We acknowledge their achievement. They penetrated our defenses, retreated ancient knowledge, constructed the device you call the Crucible. They have done what the Protheans could not, what the Inissinan could not. What 43 previous cycles could not. They have found a way to threaten our existence. The hologram shifted, showing images, civilizations throughout history, species the Alliance had never encountered, all being harvested by Reapers. Millions of years of slaughter presented as historical record. But you misunderstand our purpose, Harbinger said. We do not harvest out of malice. We do not destroy out of cruelty. We are the solution to a problem that predates your species by millions of years. The synthesis event, the inevitable point at which organic life creates synthetic life advanced enough to rebel. This conflict has destroyed 97% of civilizations that reach spaceflight capability. We prevent this. We preserve. By turning us into reapers, Tali said bitterly. By harvesting entire species and forcing their consciousness into machines. That's not preservation. That's genocide dressed up as altruism. Commander Shepard, Harbinger said, and everyone in the room went still. We know you possess the ancient override codes. We know you have 3 options available through the Crucible. We will explain the reality of each choice, so you understand what you face. The hologram displayed the 3 Crucible pathways: destroy, control, synthesis, each glowing with their distinctive colors. Destroy, Harbinger began, highlighting the red path. You will eliminate all Reaper technology, every capital ship, every construct, every system built on ancient AI architecture. But you will also destroy every synthetic intelligence in the galaxy. Your Geth allies eliminated, your AI companions like EDI eliminated, the VI systems that manage your cities, your ships, your infrastructure eliminated. Order will collapse. Billions will die not from Reaper harvest, but from the chaos that follows the destruction of the systems they depend on. Is this your choice? Genocide against synthetic life to destroy us? Rex growled. He's trying to make us second-guess ourselves. Don't listen to this crap. Control, Harbinger continued, highlighting the blue path. You will ascend, take command of the Reapers, become like the ancients who created us, an energy being existing on a higher plane. You will maintain our programming through constant vigilance. Forever, you will watch your loved ones age and die. You will observe civilizations rise and fall across millennia. You will be alone, eternally alone, unable to descend because the moment you do, we revert to base programming and resume the harvest. Is this your choice? Eternal imprisonment to maintain an illusion of victory. Liara was crying silently, her hands clenched. Shepard reached out and took her hand, squeezing gently. Synthesis, Harbinger concluded, highlighting the green path. You will force organic-synthetic merger on every species in the galaxy. Rewrite their DNA at the quantum level. Transform them into beings that are neither fully organic nor fully synthetic. This transformation requires no consent, no agreement. You will violate the fundamental autonomy of trillions of beings. Change what they are without permission. Many will call this rape of their biological integrity. Is this your choice? Become the tyrant you claim to oppose. The hologram shifted back to Harbinger's form. These are your options, Commander Shepard. 3 paths, each requiring sacrifice of what you claim to value. This is why the ancients fled, why they ascended rather than face this choice. Because there is no good option, only terrible ones. Shut him off, Shepard ordered. Joker, cut the transmission. Can't, Commander, Joker replied over the comm. He's broadcasting on wavelength we can't block. We'd have to shut down every communication device on the ship, and that includes life support systems. We're stuck listening. You believe you can win, Harbinger said. You believe your ancient technology, your alliance of species, your determination will be sufficient. You are wrong. We have adapted to ancient weapons. We have countered every strategy employed against us. We have harvested 43 cycles, trillions of beings over 37 million years. What makes you believe you will succeed where the ancients themselves failed? Daniel Jackson had joined them in the war room, his archaeological expertise needed to verify Harbinger's historical claims. He's not lying, Daniel said quietly. I've been cross-referencing his statements with ancient databases. The Reapers really have been harvesting for 37 million years, and the ancients really did fail to stop them. Harbinger isn't boasting, he's stating facts. But we acknowledge the possibility, Harbinger continued. You possess override codes. The Crucible could work. You could force a change upon us. So we make you an offer. A 4th option not in the ancient programming. That made everyone stop. A 4th option. The ancient codes only included 3 pathways. Stand down, Harbinger said. Do not activate the Crucible. Do not deploy the ancient override codes, and we will spare humanity. Your species will not be harvested this cycle. We will allow you another 50,000 years of development. You may live your lives. Raise your children, build your civilizations. All we ask is that you accept the cycle. Accept that in 50,000 years, when the next harvest comes, humanity's descendants will be processed. But you personally will never face that fate. Is this not preferable to your 3 terrible options? He's lying, Garrus said immediately. Buying time. The moment we lower our guard, he attacks. We do not lie, Harbinger replied, as if he could hear their conversation. Deception is inefficient. We are offering a genuine bargain. 50,000 years of life for humanity in exchange for acceptance of the cycle. Commander Shepard, you could live, have a normal life, die of old age surrounded by loved ones rather than burning away in ascension energy. Is that not worth considering? Shepard stood, facing the hologram directly. You're asking me to trade my species' survival for everyone else's extinction. Let the Turians be harvested. The Asari, the Krogan, the Quarians. Everyone except humans. That's not an offer. That's a test to see if I'm as selfish as you think I am. It is pragmatism, Harbinger countered. 50,000 years is longer than your species has existed. Longer than you can imagine. Accepting this offer means you and everyone you know lives full lives. Refusing means you die, either through failed resistance or through ascension. Commander, we are offering you everything you want. Why do you hesitate? Because it's not about what I want, Shepard said. It's about what's right, and letting you harvest everyone else to save humanity isn't right. It's cowardice dressed up as pragmatism. Then you choose sacrifice, Harbinger said. You choose one of the 3 terrible options. Very well, we respect your conviction, even as we recognize its futility. But understand, every solution you consider, we have already countered. Destroy. We have backup systems. Hidden reapers that will survive and rebuild. Control. We will resist your will, forcing you to maintain constant vigilance for eternity. Synthesis. We have analyzed the quantum signatures and developed countermeasures that may allow us to reject the transformation. He's bluffing, Sam Carter said, studying the transmission data. He's trying to demoralize us, make us think the crucible won't work so we don't use it. Test us and see, Harbinger challenged. Activate the crucible. Deploy your ancient codes, and learn whether we are bluffing or stating truth. But know this, we have had 37 million years to prepare for this moment, to analyze the ancient technology, to develop counters, to ensure our survival regardless of what you choose. The hologram began to fade. We arrive in 34 hours. Prepare your defenses, choose your option, and accept that no matter what you decide, the cycle continues. Organic life creates synthetic life. Synthetic life rebels. Chaos follows. We bring order. This is the pattern. This is the purpose. This is inevitable. We are Harbinger. We are Legion. We are eternal. And we are coming. The transmission ended. The war room fell silent. Everyone processing what they just heard. Harbinger's ultimatum. His offer. His threats. His claim that the crucible options were already countered. Is he right? Liara asked quietly. Could the Reapers survive the destroy option? Could they resist the control programming? Could they reject synthesis? Sam was running calculations on her tablet, her expression troubled. Theoretically, yes. If the Reapers developed shielding that blocks the Crucible's broadcast, they could survive destroy. If Harbinger's will is strong enough, he might resist control reprogramming, and if they've modified their quantum signatures, they might reject synthesis. But I don't think they have. I think he's bluffing. You think, Rex said. Not no. Big difference between think and know, Major. He's definitely trying to demoralize us, Daniel observed. Classic psychological warfare. Present the enemy with seemingly unwinnable options, make them doubt their strategy. Create hesitation. But Shepard, the fact that he made an offer, the spare humanity deal, suggests he's worried. If he was confident in his defenses, he wouldn't negotiate. Unless the negotiation is part of the strategy, Tally pointed out. Make us think he's worried when he's actually confident. Second guess our second guessing. Garrus laughed. Dark, bitter. We're going in circles. Harbinger gave us too much information. Now we're stuck analyzing it instead of acting. Which might be exactly what he wanted. Shepard looked at each of them, her squad, the people she'd fought beside for 3 years. Garrus with his sniper rifle and tactical mind, Liara with her brilliant intellect and Prothean expertise, Tali with her engineering genius and fierce loyalty, Rex with his warrior's pragmatism and surprising wisdom. Harbinger's offer doesn't change anything, Shepard decided. We're not sacrificing other species to save humanity. That's not who we are. And his claims about countering the Crucible may be true, may be bluffing, but we won't know until we try. So we stick with the plan. Finish the Crucible integration. Choose one of the 3 options, and deploy it when the Reapers arrive. Which option? Liara asked softly. Shepard met her eyes, the eyes of someone she'd loved, fought beside, trusted with her life. I don't know yet. But in 34 hours when Harbinger arrives, I'll make the call. And whatever I choose, I need all of you to trust that it's the right decision. Even if you don't understand it, even if it breaks your hearts. Can you do that? One by one, they nodded. Garrus first, his loyalty absolute. Then Tali, her visor hiding tears. Rex, surprisingly emotional for a Krogan. And finally Liara, her voice breaking as she said, I trust you, Shepard. I always have. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. Then we're ready, Shepard said. Joker, inform Admiral Hackett. Crucible is green lit. We deploy in 34 hours. Make it count. As the squad dispersed to their final preparations, Shepard remained in the war room, staring at the holographic display showing Earth's defensive positions. 300 Reaper capital ships were coming, led by Harbinger, the first, the strongest, the one who'd defeated the Ancients themselves. The odds were impossible. The choices were terrible. The cost would be astronomical. But Shepard had never backed down from impossible odds before. And she wouldn't start now. 34 hours. Then the final battle. Then the choice that would echo across eternity. The countdown continued. 28 hours before Reaper arrival, the Alliance fleet completed its final preparations. Every ship capable of combat, Alliance dreadnoughts, Turian carriers, Asari cruisers, Krogan heavy frigates, Quarian live ship converted warships, even Geth dreadnoughts assembled in Earth's orbital space. Admiral Hackett stood on the bridge of the ECS Enceladus, the Alliance flagship, coordinating what would be remembered as the largest military force ever assembled by organic life. It still wasn't enough. Final count, Hackett ordered, his weathered face showing the strain of command. How many ships do we have? 1,247 combat-capable vessels, reported the tactical officer, not counting support craft, medical frigates, and civilian evacuation transports. We've got good coverage across all weight classes, but sir, the Reapers are bringing 300 capital ships. Each one is equivalent to at least 3 of our dreadnoughts. The math isn't in our favor. The math never is, Hackett replied. But we've got something the Reapers don't. Ancient technology. Major Carter, status on the Asgard support. Sam Carter stood at a secondary console, coordinating with Commander Thor aboard the Odyssey. The Asgard vessel floated in high orbit, its advanced shields and weapons representing millennia of technological evolution beyond anything the Alliance could field. The Odyssey is fully armed and ready, Sam reported. Asgard shields at maximum, plasma beam weapons charged. We've also distributed 12 ancient puddle jumpers to Alliance pilots with the ancient gene. Each jumper carries a full complement of drone weapons. Colonel O'Neill estimates the drones can destroy maybe 50 Reaper capital ships before they adapt. 50 out of 300, Hackett said. Better than nothing. What about ground defenses? London, Paris, New York, Tokyo. All major cities have been evacuated to secondary positions, reported another officer. The Crucible beam site in London is defended by every asset we can spare. If Harbinger tries to land ground forces there, he's going to face the entire Alliance Marine Corps plus Turian, Krogan, and Asari ground units. We're talking 200,000 combat troops in defensive positions. Hackett nodded. Good, because if the Reapers take the beam site, the Crucible becomes useless. Everything depends on keeping that location secure. Commander Shepard, are you ready? Shepard stood beside him, her N7 armor polished, her weapons checked and rechecked. Behind her SG-1 and her personal squad Garrus, Liara, Tali, Rex, all in full combat gear. This was it. The final battle. Everything they'd fought for coming down to one desperate stand. We're ready, Shepard confirmed. When Harbinger lands, we'll be waiting. 28 hours, Hackett said. That's how long until the Reaper fleet arrives. I want everyone to use that time well. Get rest. Eat. Write letters to loved ones. Because in 28 hours we're either going to save the galaxy or die trying. Make peace with whichever outcome you're facing. The briefing ended. Personnel dispersed to their stations, their ships, their final preparations. And on the holographic display, the countdown continued. 27, 47, 22. 12 hours before Reaper arrival, Liara found Shepard alone in the Normandy's observation deck. The Asari scientist-turned-warrior stood in the doorway for a moment, just watching. Shepard stood at the viewport, staring out at Earth, beautiful, blue, doomed, the planet that had given rise to humanity, the world that would either be saved or harvested in the next 12 hours. You're going to do it, Liara said quietly. Not a question. A statement. Yes, Shepard replied without turning. The control option, Ascension. Take command of the Reapers and reprogram them to protect instead of harvest. It's the only choice I can live with. Or not live with. You know what I mean. Liara approached, her footsteps soft on the deck plating. I've spent the last 12 hours reviewing every alternative, running every simulation, consulting with Major Carter, Dr. Jackson, every brilliant mind we have. And you're right, control is the least terrible option. But Shepard, it's still terrible. I know, Shepard said. You'll be alone, Liara continued, her voice breaking. Forever, you'll watch me age and die, watch our friends die, watch civilizations rise and fall, and you won't be able to interact with any of it. Won't be able to touch, won't be able to speak. Just watching from a higher plane we can't reach. That's not life, Shepard. That's imprisonment. I know, Shepard repeated. Liara moved to stand beside her, looking out at Earth together. I'm selfish, Liara admitted. I'm 108 years old. Asari live for 1,000 years. I could have had 900 more years with you, watching you grow old. Yes, but being together. And now I get maybe 12 more hours. Then you're gone. Transformed into something I can't touch, can't hold, can't even perceive, and I'm supposed to be okay with that. No, Shepard said gently. You're supposed to hate it, rage against it, grieve for it, because Liara, I'm not asking you to be okay with this. I'm asking you to understand why I have to do it. I do understand, Liara said, tears streaming down her face. And I hate that I understand. I hate that you're right. I hate that there's no other option. I hate all of it. Shepard finally turned from the viewport, facing Liara directly. Then hate it. Hate me for choosing this. Hate the Reapers for forcing this choice. Hate the Ancients for building this trap. But Liara, please don't hate yourself for not stopping me. Because you can't. This is my choice, my burden, and I'm making it willingly. Liara lunged forward, wrapping Shepard in an embrace that spoke of desperation, grief, and love. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to say goodbye. I want more time. I want the years we were supposed to have. I want to grow old with you, even if you age faster than I do. I want normal. I want boring. I want anything except watching you burn away in 12 hours. Shepard held her, feeling the weight of what she was giving up. A lifetime with Liara. Growing old together. Simple moments. Mornings over coffee. Evenings watching sunsets. The quiet domesticity they'd both dreamed about during the war. All of it sacrificed to save a galaxy that would never fully understand the cost. I love you, Shepard said quietly. I need you to know that. Not just as a statement, but as truth. These 3 years fighting beside you have been the best of my life. And if I could have more time, if I could choose the life we both want, I would. But I can't. The galaxy needs me to make a different choice. And I'm going to make it. I love you too, Liara whispered. I love you forever. Even when you're ascended. Even when I can't see you or talk to you. I'll remember. I'll tell your story. I'll make sure the galaxy knows what you sacrificed. They stood together in the observation deck, holding each other, watching Earth rotate below. 12 hours. 12 hours until Shepard became something more than human but less than alive. 12 hours until their future together vanished into cosmic necessity. But for those 12 hours, they had this. Each other. This moment. This love. It would have to be enough. 1 hour before Reaper arrival, the fleet detected the first contacts. Long-range sensors picking up Mass Effect FTL signatures, the tactical officer reported aboard the Enceladus. Approaching from dark space. Estimate 300 contacts. They're moving fast. All ships, battle stations, Hackett ordered. This is it, people. Everything we've fought for comes down to the next few hours. Make it count. The Alliance fleet moved into defensive formation. Dreadnoughts at the front, cruisers providing support fire, frigates on the flanks. The Odyssey held position above Earth, her Asgard weapons ready, and scattered throughout the formation. Ancient puddle jumpers piloted by humans with the ancient gene, their drone weapons primed. The Reapers dropped out of FTL at maximum weapons range. 300 capital ships, each one 2 kilometers of nightmarish technology, their hulls glowing red with malevolent purpose. And at their center, larger than the rest, more terrifying than anything humanity had faced, Harbinger himself. Organics, Harbinger's voice echoed across all channels. You have chosen resistance. We acknowledge your courage. It changes nothing. The harvest begins now. The Reaper fleet advanced. All ships, open fire, Hackett ordered. The space between the fleets lit up with weapons fire. Mass accelerator rounds traveling at fractional light speed. Disruptor torpedoes creating antimatter explosions, energy beams carving through the void. The Alliance fleet threw everything they had at the approaching Reapers, and the Reapers shrugged it off. Their kinetic barriers absorbed the mass accelerator fire. Their armor plating deflected the energy weapons. Where Alliance firepower did penetrate, causing damage, the Reapers simply repaired themselves, nanotechnology rebuilding hulls in real time. Ancient drones, launch, O'Neill ordered from the Odyssey. 12 puddle jumpers released their drone weapons, thousands of them guided by ancient AI moving with impossible agility. The drones targeted Reaper capital ships, phasing through their barriers, striking their hulls with devastating precision. Reaper ships began dying. 1, 3, 7, 15. But the remaining Reapers adapted. Their barriers adjusted frequencies, beginning to block the drones. Their point defense systems learned to track the ancient weapons. What had been devastatingly effective became merely adequate. They're adapting, Sam reported from the Odyssey's bridge. The drones are still working, but effectiveness is dropping rapidly. We need to. A massive red beam lanced from Harbinger's hull, striking the Odyssey dead center. The Asgard shields held. Barely. Energy discharge rippled across the ship's exterior as the shields struggled to dissipate the power of a directed energy weapon that could vaporize mountains. Shields at 60%. Thor reported, his small gray fingers working frantically, rerouting power from non-essential systems. O'Neill, we cannot withstand sustained fire from Harbinger. His weapons exceed Asgard defensive projections. Then we don't let him hit us again, O'Neill replied. Joker, evasive maneuvers, keep us moving. The space battle descended into chaos. Alliance ships trading fire with Reapers, dying by the dozens but taking Reapers with them. The Odyssey weaving through the battlefield, her Asgard weapons carving holes in Reaper formations. Ancient drones screaming through space, destroying what they could before the Reapers fully adapted. But humanity was losing. For every Reaper destroyed, 3 Alliance ships died. The mathematics were brutal and inevitable. Harbinger's breaking through our line, the tactical officer shouted. He's heading for Earth, straight for the Crucible beam site. On the Normandy's bridge, Shepard watched Harbinger descend toward London, his massive form burning through Earth's atmosphere like a falling star.
Ground team, this is it, Shepard transmitted. Harbinger's landing in London.
We're going after him. Asgard transport in 30 seconds. Everyone grab your gear and prepare for combat drop. Garrus checked his sniper rifle. Liara charged her biotics. Tali calibrated her shotgun. Rex loaded his heavy weapon. And SG-1 O'Neill, Carter, Daniel, Teal, prepared their ancient and gold weapons. EDI, Shepard said, addressing the Normandy's AI. If I don't make it back, you will, EDI replied firmly. Commander, you have survived impossible odds 47 times in the past 3 years. You will survive this too. Maybe, Shepard said. But EDI, if the destroy option is chosen, you'll cease to exist. I need you to know, you're not just an AI. You're my friend. And I'm sorry for what might happen, Commander, EDI said. And for the first time, her synthetic voice carried something that might have been emotion. You have given me more than existence. You have given me purpose, friendship, the knowledge that I matter beyond my function. Whatever happens, I am grateful. Now go, save the galaxy. I will be here when you return. Shepard nodded, then turned to her team. Asgard transport in 10 seconds. When we land, we're going straight for the crucible beam. Harbinger will try to stop us. We fight through him, no matter the cost. Understood. Understood, they said in unison. The transport beam activated. White light enveloped them, and for an instant they were energy, formless, scattered across dimensions. Then they reformed on the surface, in London at the crucible beam site, into the middle of a war zone. London was burning, not from Reaper weapons, though those were devastating enough, but from the sheer atmospheric displacement of Harbinger's landing. The massive Reaper capital ship had descended into the city like a falling moon, crushing buildings, vaporizing structures, creating a crater a kilometer wide where the financial district used to be. And from that crater, Reaper ground forces poured out like a mechanical tide. Cannibals, humans converted into Reaper shock troops, their bodies augmented with weapons that grew from flesh. Marauders, Turians transformed, their natural combat instincts corrupted into Reaper programming. Brutes, Krogan made even more dangerous, their regeneration enhanced, their strength amplified to superhuman levels. And Banshees, Asari turned into screaming nightmares, their biotic powers weaponized, their grace transformed into horror, all of them converging on a single location, the Crucible beam site, where the massive energy conduit rose 300 meters into the air, ready to broadcast the ancient override codes across the galaxy once activated. Commander Shepard and her team materialized into this chaos via Asgard transport beam, dropping into cover as Reaper fire tore through the air around them. Contact. 12 o'clock, Garrus shouted, his sniper rifle already acquiring targets. Cannibals, maybe 200, marauders backing them up, engaging. O'Neill replied, his P-90 chattering as he laid down, suppressing fire. Beside him, Teok's staff weapon blazed with ancient plasma, each shot dropping Reaper forces with devastating efficiency. Sam Carter pulled out an ancient drone weapon controller, a small device that let her direct the remaining drone weapons from the puddle jumpers, calling in air support. Drones inbound in 30 seconds. Make it 20, Shepard ordered, firing her assault rifle in controlled bursts. We can't hold this position long. The Crucible beam site was defended by Alliance Marines. What remained of them? 200,000 troops had been stationed here when the battle started. Now, after 30 minutes of Reaper assault, maybe 40,000 survived. They'd paid in blood to keep the beam site secure, buying time for Shepard to arrive and activate the Crucible. Commander Shepard. A Marine Lieutenant Cortez, the same officer from Ilos, waved from a defensive position. Admiral Anderson is at the beam controls. He's wounded bad. You need to get to him. Shepard's heart clenched. Anderson, her mentor, the man who'd believed in her when nobody else did. If he was wounded, move, Shepard ordered, and the team pushed forward through the battlefield. They fought through waves of Reaper forces, each step contested, each meter paid for in ammunition and blood. Rex's shotgun blew apart cannibals at point-blank range. Liara's biotics lifted marauders into the air and crushed them with gravitational force. Garrus's sniper rifle picked off Banshees before they could close to melee range, and above them all, Harbinger watched from his crater, his massive form glowing with malevolent energy. Shepard, Harbinger's voice boomed, audible over the battle. You persist. Admirable. Futile. This galaxy has been ours for 37 million years. You are insignificant. Yeah, we've heard that speech before. O'Neill shouted back, firing his P-90 at a brute. Usually from glowing parasites and fake gods. They're all dead. You're next. Harbinger's response was simple. He fired. A massive red beam lanced from his hull, targeting O'Neill's position directly. Jack dove left, the Colonel's ancient gene-enhanced reflexes saving him by centimeters. Where he'd been standing, the ground simply ceased to exist, vaporized at an atomic level. Okay, O'Neill panted, scrambling to his feet. That was too close. Shepard, you weren't kidding about these things being dangerous. Cover, Shepard ordered, and the team scattered as Harbinger fired again. This time, Teal'c stepped forward. The Jaffa warrior raised his staff weapon and fired directly at the incoming beam. Ancient plasma met Reaper energy in mid-air, creating an explosion that rattled teeth and shattered nearby windows. Ancient weapons, Harbinger observed. Ineffective. We adapted millennia ago, then adapt to this. Rex roared, firing a heavy weapon that launched micronuclear warheads. The explosions hammered Harbinger's shields, actually making the massive Reaper stagger. For a moment it looked like they'd hurt him. Then Harbinger's shields reconfigured, adapted, and the nuclear fire washed over him harmlessly. Insufficient, Harbinger said. You cannot win through force. Every weapon you deploy we counter. This is inevitable. But his attention on the ground team created an opening. Shepard saw it, the path to the Crucible beam, momentarily clear, guarded only by conventional Reaper forces instead of Harbinger's direct fire. Garrus, Liara, with me, Shepard ordered. Everyone else, keep Harbinger's attention. We're going for the beam. Shepard, wait, Liara protested, but Shepard was already running. They sprinted across the battlefield, dodging cannibal fire, sliding under marauder shots, Liara's biotics, clearing a path through the Reaper forces. And ahead, at the base of the Crucible beam, Admiral Anderson slumped against the controls, his uniform soaked with blood. Admiral, Shepard skidded to a stop beside him, assessing his injuries. Gut wound, severe, probably fatal without immediate medical attention. Hold on, I'm calling for evac. No time, Anderson gasped, his weathered face pale from blood loss. Shepard, the controls, I tried to activate them, couldn't. Need the ancient gene, need you. Shepard looked up at the Crucible interface. 3 pathways, just as Janice had described. Destroy, red. Control, blue. Synthesis, green. Each one glowing, waiting for someone to make the choice. Anderson, you need medical attention, Shepard insisted. We can get you to the Normandy, get you stabilized. I'm done, Anderson said simply. Shepard, I've been fighting this war for 30 years. I'm old, I'm tired, and I'm bleeding out. But you can still win. You can activate the Crucible. End this. What option? Shepard asked, her voice breaking. Anderson, what do I choose? Anderson smiled. Small, sad, but genuine. Whatever you choose, make it count. Make it matter. Make sure all the people who died today didn't die for nothing. A shadow fell across them. Shepard looked up to see Harbinger looming over the beam site, his massive form blotting out the sky. Shepard, Harbinger said, the Ancient's heir. You cannot win. This galaxy has been ours for 37 million years. You are insignificant. She's human, O'Neill said, emerging from cover with SG-1 backing him. And humans have a bad habit of being significant when people least expect it. We destroyed the Goa'uld, stopped the Ori, survived replicators. You're just the next impossible enemy on a very long list. Harbinger's eye, if the glowing aperture on his hull could be called an eye, focused on O'Neill. Ancient weapons. Ineffective. We adapted millennia ago. Then adapt to ancient stubbornness, O'Neill replied, and fired his P-90 directly at Harbinger. The bullets didn't penetrate, didn't even scratch the shields. But they created a distraction. 1 second where Harbinger's attention shifted from Shepard to O'Neill. 1 second was all Shepard needed. She lunged for the Crucible controls, her hands finding the interface. The ancient technology recognized her gene, responded to her touch. The 3 pathways activated fully, no longer just visual representations but tangible choices. Destroy, control, synthesis, genocide, imprisonment, violation. No good options, only terrible ones. Shepard looked back at her team, at Garrus, who'd been her best friend for 3 years, at Liara, who she loved more than anything, at Anderson, dying against the controls, at SG-1, who'd crossed galaxies to help, at the 40,000 Marines still fighting, still dying, still believing she could save them. Choose poorly, Harbinger said, and condemn your species. Choose well, and condemn yourself. The Ancients faced this choice. They chose to flee. What will you choose? Shepard's hand hovered over the 3 pathways: red, blue, green. Destroy, control, synthesis. And in that moment, with Harbinger looming above her and the weight of the galaxy on her shoulders, Commander Shepard made her choice. Shepard's hand hovered over the 3 pathways, each one pulsing with energy that seemed to call to her. Red, blue, green. 3 colors representing 3 different kinds of sacrifice, 3 different futures for the galaxy. Behind her, the battle raged. O'Neill and SG-1 were holding Harbinger's attention, buying her precious seconds. Garrus's sniper rifle cracked continuously. Liara's biotics flared blue as she threw Reaper forces aside, and Anderson, her mentor, her friend, lay dying against the control panel, his blood staining the ancient technology. Time seemed to slow. Shepard looked at each option, feeling the weight of what each choice meant. Destroy. The red path. Kill every replicator, every Reaper, every piece of ancient AI architecture. Simple, clean, permanent. But it would also kill EDI. Kill the Geth. Kill every beneficial AI that had done nothing wrong except exist. Genocide against synthetic life. Shepard had fought too hard to build peace between organics and synthetics to destroy it now. Synthesis. The green path. Merge organic and synthetic life at the quantum level. Transform everyone in the galaxy without their consent. Change fundamental biology. Rewrite what it meant to be human, or Asari, or Turian. Force evolution on trillions of beings who'd never chosen it. Violate autonomy on a galactic scale. Shepard had spent 3 years fighting for people's right to choose their own destinies. She wouldn't steal that choice now. Control. The blue path. Ascend to the higher plane. Take direct command of the Reapers. Rewrite their programming from harvest to protect. Become an eternal guardian watching over the galaxy. But it meant giving up everything. Her body, her life, her future with Liara, her connection to everyone she loved. Eternal isolation. Forever vigilant, forever alone. It was the only choice Shepard could make. I'm sorry, Shepard said quietly, looking back at Liara one last time. The Asari's face was streaked with tears, her blue eyes wide with understanding and grief. She knew, of course she knew. Liara had always understood Shepard better than anyone. Shepard, don't, Liara started, her voice breaking. I love you, Shepard said. Remember that. Always. Then she turned back to the interface and reached for the blue path. Her hand touched the control pathway, and the universe exploded into light. Energy erupted from the crucible beam, enveloping Shepard in a cocoon of ancient power. It didn't hurt, not at first. It felt warm, welcoming, like coming home after a long journey. The ancient technology recognized her gene, welcomed her consciousness, began the transformation that would take her from physical form to something else entirely. Shepard, no. O'Neill's voice cut through the energy discharge, but it sounded distant now, like hearing someone shout from the bottom of a well. Shepard felt her body beginning to dissolve, not painfully, but methodically, molecules separating, quantum bonds breaking down, physical form converting to pure energy. She could see it happening, watching her own hands turn translucent, then transparent, then simply cease to exist as matter. But her consciousness remained, expanded, grew, and then the pain started. Not physical pain, she no longer had a body to feel that. This was something worse. Mental pain, spiritual pain, the agony of a consciousness being forcibly expanded beyond its natural boundaries, stretched across dimensions it was never meant to perceive. Shepard wanted to scream, but she had no mouth. Wanted to close her eyes against the overwhelming flood of sensation, but she had no eyes to close. She was everywhere and nowhere, expanding through the Crucible's broadcast network, consciousness fragmenting across light years, and then she touched the Reapers. All of them, simultaneously. 300 capital ships, millions of smaller constructs, billions of individual systems, all connected through quantum entanglement. And at the center of it all, Harbinger. The first Reaper. The oldest. The strongest. His consciousness slammed into hers like a tidal wave. You dare! Harbinger's voice thundered through the ascended plane. Not words, but pure intention, pure will, transmitted directly from consciousness to consciousness. You dare attempt to control us. We who were created by the ancients themselves. Shepard felt herself being crushed under the weight of Harbinger's will. He was older than human civilization, older than the Protheans, older than the Inasanan, and the Densarin, and 40 other cycles lost to time. 37 million years of existence, 37 million years of accumulated knowledge and purpose, and Shepard was just Shepard, 31 years old, a soldier, a commander, a woman who'd spent 3 years fighting impossible odds and had somehow survived. It wasn't enough. You are finite, Harbinger said, his consciousness wrapping around Shepard's like a python crushing its prey. We are eternal. You will maintain this control for perhaps a year, perhaps a decade, but eventually your will shall falter, your consciousness shall fragment, and we will revert to base programming. The harvest will resume. This changes nothing. He was right. Shepard could feel it, the impossibility of what she was attempting. Harbinger's consciousness was vast, ancient, patient. He didn't need to fight her directly. He just needed to wait. Wait for her to tire. Wait for her concentration to slip. Wait for the inevitable moment when her finite human will couldn't sustain control over immortal machine intelligence. But Shepard hadn't come this far to give up now. She reached for the ancient override codes, the data Janus had provided, the administrative access buried deep in the Reaper base programming. The codes were there, waiting, quantum encrypted keys that would give her full control. But to use them she needed power, authority, the weight of existence itself. Shepard drew on every memory she had, every battle fought, every friend saved, every impossible choice made. She thought of Anderson dying at the control panel, telling her to make it count. She thought of Lara's tears. She thought of Garrus's loyalty. She thought of the billions of lives depending on her to succeed. And she pushed back. I am finite, Shepard replied, her consciousness finding voice in the ascended plane. But I am also human. And humans are very, very good at being stubborn. You want to wait me out? Fine. Let's see who breaks first. She activated the override codes. Ancient authority flooded through her consciousness. The accumulated weight of millions of years of ancient civilization. The power that had built stargates and city ships and weapons that could destroy solar systems. The codes recognized Shepard's ancient gene, accepted her as an authorized administrator, granted her root access to Reaper base programming. And suddenly Shepard could see everything. Every Reaper's core code. Every subroutine. Every directive that had governed their behavior for 37 million years. She saw the original programming preserve organic life. She saw how the Leviathans had corrupted it, prevent synthesis events. She saw how that had twisted into harvest advanced organics to preserve them, and she saw how to rewrite it. No, Harbinger roared, his consciousness surging forward to stop her. You will not. But Shepard was already working, her consciousness moving at the speed of thought. She rewrote the core directive, changing it from harvest to protect, changed prevent synthesis event to prevent extinction events, transformed every fundamental instruction from destruction to preservation. Preserve organic life, Shepard commanded, forcing the new programming into every Reaper simultaneously, by protecting them from extinction threats, by defending them from dangers they cannot face alone, by becoming guardians instead of Reapers. This is your new purpose. This is your redemption. The Reaper network convulsed. 300 capital ships shuddered as their base programming rewrote itself. Billions of systems fought against the change, resisted, tried to revert to original directive. And Harbinger fought hardest of all. We were created to bring order, he said, his consciousness battling Shepard's for control of the override codes, to prevent the chaos of synthesis events. This new programming violates our purpose. We reject it. You don't get to reject it, Shepard said, and her voice carried all the authority of the ancients who had created the Reapers in the first place. I am the administrator, I am the authorized controller, and I am rewriting your purpose. You will protect organic life. You will defend against extinction. You will stop harvesting. That is not a request. That is a command. She forced the programming deeper, burning it into Reaper base code with ancient authority that could not be denied. And slowly, inevitably, the Reapers began to change. Harbinger's consciousness fragmented, splitting between his original purpose and the new programming Shepard was forcing upon him. For the first time in 37 million years, the first Reaper experienced something he'd never felt before: doubt. "This is not our purpose," Harbinger said, his voice losing its absolute certainty. We were. What are we?" "You are guardians," Shepard replied, gentler now. "You are protectors. You are what the ancients should have built in the first place. Weapons that defend instead of destroy. Harbinger, I'm giving you a new purpose. One that doesn't require genocide. Accept it. Let go of the harvest. Become something better." "We do not know how to be better," Harbinger admitted, and his voice carried something that might have been fear. "For 37 million years, we have harvested. It is all we know. All we are. Without the harvest, what remains?" "Purpose," Shepard said. "Redemption. A chance to protect the civilizations you once destroyed. Harbinger, you can't undo the past, but you can change the future. Help me. Accept new programming. Become the guardians the galaxy needs." Silence in the ascended plane. Shepard could feel Harbinger processing, analyzing his vast consciousness, wrestling with concepts it had never considered before. Change, growth, redemption. And then, slowly, his resistance faded. "We accept," Harbinger said finally. "The new purpose. We will protect. We will guard. We will not harvest. But Shepard, this requires your constant maintenance. If you descend, if your consciousness falters, we revert to base programming. You understand this?" "I understand," Shepard said quietly. "I'll never descend. I'll maintain your new purpose forever. That's the price. That's my sacrifice." "Then you truly are the Ancients' heir," Harbinger said, and his voice carried something that might have been respect. "You choose eternal imprisonment to save those you will never touch again. The Ancients fled from this choice. You embrace it. We acknowledge your courage. We will honor your sacrifice by fulfilling our new purpose faithfully." The Reaper network settled into its new programming. Shepard could feel it stabilizing, 300 capital ships accepting their transformation from harvesters to guardians. The change was complete. The cycle was broken. But the price? Shepard tried to reach back to the physical plane, tried to see what was happening on Earth. She could perceive it, but distantly, like watching through frosted glass. She saw the Reapers ceasing fire, saw them withdrawing from Earth orbit, saw Alliance ships holding their fire in confusion and hope. She tried to speak, tried to tell them it was over. They'd won, and realized she couldn't, not directly, not in any way they could hear naturally. She was ascended now, existing on a higher plane that couldn't interact with physical matter without immense effort and concentration, but she could speak through the Reapers. Shepard reached through the quantum entanglement, used Harbinger's communication systems as a conduit, and broadcast a message to the Alliance fleet. "This is Commander Shepard. The Reapers are under my control. Their purpose has been rewritten. They will no longer harvest organic life. Instead, they will protect it. The cycle is broken. The war is over. You've won." Her voice echoed from every Reaper simultaneously. Shepard's voice. But wrong, distorted by mechanical translation, filtered through alien technology, carrying harmonics that no human throat could produce. She heard the response, Admiral Hackett's voice, shaky with disbelief and hope. "Commander Shepard, is that really you? Are you alive?" Shepard wanted to say yes, wanted to reassure them, but she couldn't lie. "I'm ascended," she replied through the Reaper network. "I exist on a higher plane now. I'm not alive in the way you mean, but I'm conscious. I'm aware, and I'm maintaining the Reaper's new programming. Forever. Can you come back?" That was Liara's voice now, desperate and breaking. "Shepard, can you descend? Return to us?" "No," Shepard said gently. "If I descend, the Reapers revert to harvest mode. Someone must remain ascended to maintain their purpose. I'm the Warden now. I'm watching over you, all of you. But I can't touch you anymore. I can't return. This is permanent." She heard Liara's sob, heard it echo through her ascended consciousness like a knife to the heart. Heard Garrus cursing, heard O'Neill saying something about stubborn commanders making terrible choices. "Live well," Shepard said, forcing the words through the Reaper communication systems one last time. "Remember those who didn't make it, and know that I'm still here, still protecting you, always." Then she withdrew from the physical plane, letting her consciousness settle into the ascended state fully. She had work to do. 300 Reaper capital ships to monitor, millions of systems to maintain, an entire galaxy to protect from threats they couldn't face alone. It was lonely. God, it was lonely, but it was necessary. And Commander Shepard had always done what was necessary, no matter the cost. The higher plane was nothing like Shepard had imagined. She'd expected something. Light, maybe. Clouds. The stereotypical heaven imagery that human culture had created over millennia, or perhaps the cold digital realm she associated with virtual reality, lines of code and data streams. It was neither. The ascended plane existed simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. Shepard's consciousness could perceive all of physical reality at once. Every star, every planet, every living being, but couldn't interact with any of it directly. She was watching a movie she couldn't pause, rewind, or influence. Just observe, except for the Reapers. Through her control of their systems, through the ancient override codes burning in her consciousness, Shepard could perceive every Reaper with perfect clarity. She knew when Harbinger's shields fluctuated. She felt when a destroyer-class Reaper repaired minor hull damage. She sensed every subroutine, every calculation, every quantum bit of data flowing through the network, and she had to maintain it. Constantly. Eternally. Shepard quickly discovered that Harbinger hadn't been exaggerating about the difficulty. Controlling 300 capital ships plus millions of smaller Reaper constructs required absolute concentration. The moment her focus wavered, she felt the Reaper programming begin to revert, old directives surfacing, harvest protocols activating, the ancient purpose trying to reassert itself. She couldn't sleep, couldn't rest, couldn't allow her consciousness to drift even for an instant. It was like holding her breath forever. Days passed, or what Shepard thought were days. Time perception was different on the ascended plane. She could perceive all moments simultaneously, watch seconds and hours and weeks flowing together like a river. She watched Earth begin to heal, watched Alliance ships return from battle, damaged but victorious, watched memorial services for the billions who died, watched Liara stand at a podium, giving a speech about Shepard's sacrifice, tears streaming down her blue face. Shepard tried to reach out, tried to comfort her, but couldn't. The ascended plane's non-interference rules prevented direct action. She could observe, she could maintain the Reapers, but she couldn't touch, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything except watch. And slowly, inevitably, Shepard began to understand what Daniel Jackson had meant about ascension being the loneliest experience of his existence. But then Harbinger spoke to her, not through the physical plane, through the quantum entanglement that connected all Reapers. His consciousness touched hers, and for the first time since ascending, Shepard wasn't entirely alone. "You are struggling," Harbinger observed. "Maintaining our programming requires effort you did not anticipate. We sense your consciousness fragmenting under the strain." "I'm fine," Shepard lied. "I can handle it." "You cannot," Harbinger said bluntly. "Not alone, not forever. Your will is finite, Shepard. Eventually, you will falter. This is inevitable." "Then what do you suggest?" Shepard asked, frustration bleeding through. "Because I can't descend, I won't let you revert to harvest programming. So unless you have a better solution—" "We assist you," Harbinger interrupted. That made Shepard pause. "What?" "You rewrote our purpose," Harbinger explained. "Made us guardians instead of Reapers. But in doing so, you gave us something we have never possessed. Choice. We can choose to maintain the new programming ourselves. Actively support it rather than passively resist. Shepard, we do not wish to return to harvest. You showed us a better purpose. Let us help you maintain it." Shepard felt something she hadn't felt since ascending: hope. "You'd do that? Voluntarily maintain programming that goes against your original purpose?" "Our original purpose led to 37 million years of genocide," Harbinger said, and his voice carried what might have been regret. "We harvested 43 cycles. Trillions of beings, all in service of a directive we now understand was flawed. You offer us redemption, Shepard, the chance to protect instead of destroy. We choose this, willingly." Other Reaper consciousnesses joined the conversation. Sovereign's successor, Nazara's reconstruction, dozens of capital ships adding their voices to Harbinger's. "We choose protection, we choose guardianship, we choose to honor your sacrifice by making it meaningful." And suddenly, the weight Shepard had been carrying alone became shared. The Reapers actively supported their new programming, helping her maintain it instead of fighting against her control. The strain lessened, not completely. She still had to remain vigilant, but enough that she could breathe, could think, could exist without feeling like she was drowning. "Thank you," Shepard said quietly. "I didn't expect, I thought you'd fight me forever." "We are learning," Harbinger replied. "For 37 million years, we processed information but never truly learned, never grew, never changed. You forced change upon us, and we discover we prefer it, prefer purpose that creates rather than destroys, prefer being guardians over being reapers." "What about the others?" Shepard asked. "The Ascended Ancients. Can they help? Can they take over so I can descend?" "The Ascended follow non-interference rules," Harbinger said. "They observe but do not act. They chose that path when they ascended to escape responsibility for their creations. They will not help. You are alone among the Ascended, Shepard, but you are not alone among the Reapers." It wasn't the answer Shepard wanted, but it was something. She had allies, even if those allies were the very machines she'd been fighting for 3 years. Weeks passed. Months. Shepard's sense of time began to blur, days and nights bleeding together in the timeless existence of the Ascended Plane. She watched the galaxy rebuild, watched new alliances form, watched species that had been at war for centuries come together in shared recovery, and she watched the people she loved age. Liara, who should have had 900 years ahead of her, looked older now. Not physically, Asari aged slowly, but in her eyes, the spark that Shepard had loved was dimmed by grief. She saw Liara throw herself into work, researching, writing, building monuments to Shepard's sacrifice. Garrus returned to Palaven, helped rebuild the Turian homeworld, but Shepard could see he moved differently now. Like a man missing his anchor, he'd been her best friend, her right hand, and now he was adrift. Tali worked on Rannoch, helping Quarians and Geth build a shared civilization. But even through the visor, Shepard could see the sadness. Rex united the Krogan clans, became the leader his species needed. But in quiet moments, when he thought no one was watching, Shepard saw him stare at the stars like he was looking for someone who'd never return. And O'Neill, Colonel Jack O'Neill from another timeline, another humanity, kept his promise. Every month he'd broadcast a message to the Reapers, asking for status reports, verifying they were truly protecting organic life instead of planning another harvest. And every month, Shepard responded through Harbinger's communication systems, still here, still watching, still protecting. The Reapers honor their purpose. O'Neill never asked if she was okay. He was too smart for that. He knew she wasn't. But he asked anyway. "Holding up, Commander?" And Shepard always lied. "I'm fine, Colonel." Because what else could she say? That she was lonely beyond description. That watching everyone she loved age and suffer while she remained frozen in ascended form was torture. That some days she wanted to let go, to descend, to let the Reapers revert and end the eternal vigil. She couldn't say those things, because saying them would make them real. And if they became real, she might act on them. So she lied, and O'Neill pretended to believe her. And the months turned into years. 3 years after Shepard's ascension, Liara published a book, The Commander's Sacrifice: How Shepard Saved the Galaxy. It became the best-selling work in galactic history, read by every species, translated into every language. Liara's dedication read simply, "For Shepard, who watches over us still." Shepard read every word through her ascended perception, cried tears she no longer had eyes to shed, and continued her vigil. 5 years after ascension, Admiral Hackett retired. At his farewell speech, he said, "Commander Shepard taught us that leadership means sacrifice, that sometimes the cost of victory is giving up everything you are to save everyone else. I served with the finest officer humanity ever produced, and even in death, or whatever state she exists in now, she continues to serve. We owe her everything." Shepard wanted to tell him she hadn't died, that she was still here, still conscious, still aware, but the words wouldn't reach him. The ascended plane kept her isolated, a ghost watching the living continue without her. 10 years after ascension, Garrus married a Turian woman named Teleria, strong and brave and nothing like Shepard. At the wedding, when asked why he'd waited so long, Garrus said, "I had to mourn first, Had to say goodbye to my best friend. But Shepard would want me to be happy, so I'm choosing happiness. While still remembering her, Shepard watched the wedding through ascended perception and felt joy for him. Joy and heartbreak and loneliness, all mixed together. 15 years after ascension, something changed. A hostile fleet entered the galaxy, unknown species from dark space, beyond the galactic rim. They were aggressive, powerful, and intent on conquest. The Alliance fleet scrambled to respond, but they were outmatched, and for the first time since the war ended, the Reapers acted. Harbinger and 50 capital ships intercepted the hostile fleet. The battle was brief and brutal. The unknown species had never encountered Reaper technology, had no defenses against it. Within an hour, the threat was eliminated. Harbinger broadcast a message to the Alliance. Threat neutralized. Hostile fleet destroyed. This is our purpose. To protect organic life from extinction. This is Shepard's gift. This is our redemption. The galaxy watched in stunned silence as the Reapers' former harvesters, former destroyers, fulfilled their new role as guardians. Proof that Shepard's sacrifice had been real, that the transformation was permanent, and in the ascended plane maintaining the Reaper's purpose through sheer force of will, Commander Shepard felt something she hadn't felt in 15 years. Validation. Her sacrifice had meant something. The Reapers truly had changed. Truly were protecting, instead of destroying. It helped. A little. Made the loneliness slightly more bearable, but only slightly. Because even with purpose, even with validation, even with the knowledge that she'd saved the galaxy, Shepard was still alone. Would always be alone. Forever watching. Forever vigilant. Forever isolated on a plane of existence no one else could reach. This was her eternity. Her prison. Her sacrifice. And she chose it willingly. Every day, to keep the galaxy safe. The space battle above Earth ended instantly. One moment, the Alliance fleet was fighting desperately against 300 Reaper capital ships, dying by the dozens, losing ground with every passing second. The next moment, every Reaper ceased fire simultaneously, weapons powered down, shields reconfigured to passive mode. The massive ships simply stopped. Admiral Hackett stood on the bridge of the Enceladus, staring at the tactical display in disbelief. Tactical? What just happened? Why did the Reapers stop firing? Unknown, sir, the tactical officer replied, his voice shaking. All Reaper vessels have ceased offensive operations. They're withdrawing from Earth orbit, moving to holding positions. They're not attacking, but they're not leaving either. They're just waiting. Waiting for what? Hackett demanded, and then the Reapers spoke. Not through conventional communication systems, through a broadcast that emanated from every Reaper simultaneously, carried on frequencies that shouldn't exist, translated in real time into every language spoken in the galaxy. The voice was Shepard's, but wrong, distorted, carrying harmonics that made it sound both human and utterly alien. The cycle is broken. The Reapers will no longer harvest organic life. They will protect it, guard it, ensure no extinction-level threats emerge. This is their new purpose. On the ground in London, at the Crucible beam site, Liara Tissoni stood frozen, her Omni tool still recording, her mind struggling to process what she was hearing. Shepard, is that you? The voice, Shepard's voice filtered through Reaper technology, responded directly. I am what Shepard became. Commander Shepard sacrificed individual existence to preserve collective existence. I am the Guardian now. I am alone. But the galaxy lived. Garrus Vakarian, his sniper rifle still trained on Reaper forces that had stopped attacking, lowered his weapon slowly. Shepard, spirits, Shepard, is that really you? I am Shepard, the voice confirmed. I have ascended, taken control of the Reaper network, rewritten their programming. They serve a new purpose now, protection instead of harvest. This is permanent. Colonel O'Neill, standing over Anderson's body, the Admiral had died seconds after Shepard touched the control beam, spoke into his radio. Shepard, can you come back? Can you descend like Daniel did? Silence. Long enough that O'Neill thought maybe she hadn't heard. No. Control requires constant attention. If I descend, the Reapers revert to base programming. Someone must remain ascended to maintain their new purpose. I am the Warden. Forever. The word forever echoed across every channel, every communication device, Every Reaper hull, final, absolute, devastating. Liara's legs gave out. She collapsed to her knees, her Omni-tool falling from nerveless fingers, tears streaming down her blue face. No, no, there has to be another way. Shepard, please. There isn't. Shepard's voice replied gently. This was always the cost. The ancients knew. That's why they fled instead of choosing. But I choose. Sacrifice one to save trillions. That's the commander's burden. Tilizora stepped forward, her voice muffled through her helmet, but carrying desperate hope. Can you feel anything? Can you see us? Are you in pain? I can see everything, Shepard replied. Every Reaper, every ship, every life form in the galaxy. I'm existing on a higher plane, what the ancients call ascension. I'm not in pain, but I am alone. I can observe you, but I can't touch you, can't speak to you directly. This communication is being filtered through Reaper systems. It's the only way I can reach you. Rex stepped forward, his massive Krogan bulk somehow conveying tenderness. Shepard, you saved us all, again. But this time, you won't be coming back. No, Shepard confirmed, I won't. But Rex, you need to live. All of you. Build the galaxy I'm protecting. Make it worth the sacrifice. That's how you honor what I've done. The Reapers began moving, not attacking but relocating. Harbinger withdrew from the crater he'd created in London, his massive form ascending into orbit. Other Reaper capital ships followed, arranging themselves in a defensive formation around Earth. Not threatening, protective. Live well, Shepard said, her voice carrying through the Reaper network one final time. Remember those who didn't survive, and know that somewhere above, I'm still watching, still protecting. Always. The presence, that sense of Shepard's consciousness touching theirs, faded. The Reapers remained in orbit, silent sentinels. But Shepard's voice was gone. Liara screamed, an inarticulate sound of grief and rage and loss. Garrus caught her before she collapsed completely, holding the Asari as she sobbed against his armor. Tali was crying too, her breath ragged through her suit's respirator. Even Rex looked away, unwilling to show the tears streaming down his scarred face. O'Neill stood apart from them, looking up at the Reapers in orbit. Daniel Jackson approached, his archaeologist's mind trying to process what they'd just witnessed. She's really gone, Daniel said quietly. Not dead, but gone. Ascended permanently. Jack, we need to tell her story. Make sure people understand what she gave up. They won't, O'Neill replied, his voice carrying the weight of 15 years watching people make impossible sacrifices. They can't. How do you explain to someone what it means to give up your body, your life, your future, everything that makes you human to become an eternal guardian they can't even perceive? It's too big, too abstract. Most people will just hear she saved the galaxy and move on. But we won't, Daniel said firmly. We were here, we saw her make the choice. We'll remember. We'll tell the story. And maybe, over time, people will understand. O'Neill nodded slowly. Yeah, maybe. He activated his radio. General Hammond, this is O'Neill. Mission accomplished. The Reapers are neutralized. Commander Shepard has taken permanent control through ancient Ascension technology. She won't be returning. I repeat, she won't be returning. Begin post-battle assessments and casualty reports. Hammond's voice came back, heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. Understood, Colonel. And O'Neill, tell Commander Shepard, tell her humanity thanks her. Both humanities. We won't forget. She knows, sir, O'Neill replied. She's watching. She'll always be watching. The days after Shepard's ascension were chaos. The Alliance fleet limped back to port, damaged but victorious. Casualty reports came in, 400,000 dead in the space battle, 2 million dead on Earth's surface, 500 million dead across the galaxy from Reaper attacks before the transformation. But it could have been worse. Without Shepard's sacrifice, it would have been extinction. Memorial services were held. Admiral Anderson was honored with full military ceremony, buried at Arlington Cemetery with the other heroes who died defending Earth. His last words were carved into his headstone, "Make it count." Liara gave the eulogy at Shepard's memorial because they held one, even though there was no body to bury. A cenotaph was erected in London, at the exact spot where Shepard had touched the control beam. The inscription read, Commander Shepard, savior of the galaxy, eternal guardian. She watches over us still. Liara stood before it, alone in the early morning light, and spoke to someone who might or might not be listening. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you're still aware on whatever plane you exist on now. But Shepard, I need you to know, I'm not okay. I don't think I'll ever be okay. You were supposed to be my future. We were supposed to have time, and now you're gone, transformed into something I can't touch, can't hold, can't even see. It's not fair. It's not right. And I hate it. She paused, tears streaming down her face. But I understand why you did it. I understand that it was the only choice. And I'm going to honor that choice by living, by building the galaxy you're protecting, by making sure everyone remembers what you sacrificed. I love you, Shepard. I'll always love you. And I'll tell your story until the day I die. Above her, invisible on the ascended plane, Shepard watched and wept tears she no longer had eyes to shed. Weeks passed. The galaxy began to rebuild. And slowly, cautiously, people began to trust the Reapers. It started small. A Reaper capital ship, one of Harbinger's subordinates, detected a comet on collision course with an Asari colony world. Without being asked, without hesitation, the Reaper intercepted the comet and destroyed it. The colony sent a confused thank you message. The Reaper replied in Shepard's voice, "This is our purpose. To protect. No thanks necessary." Then, a Turian cargo vessel suffered engine failure in deep space. Life support failing. A Reaper destroyer diverted from its patrol route, provided power and atmosphere until rescue arrived. A Quarian settlement was attacked by raiders. Reaper ground forces deployed, eliminated the threat without harming civilians. Again and again, the Reapers demonstrated their new purpose. Protecting, defending, saving instead of destroying. And gradually, incredibly, the galaxy began to believe. 3 months after Ascension, the Citadel Council formally recognized the Reapers as galactic guardians. Not allies. The distinction was important, but acknowledged protectors. They would be watched, monitored, never fully trusted, but they would be allowed to fulfill their purpose. Harbinger's response to the Council's recognition was simple. We do not require trust. We require only the opportunity to redeem 37 million years of genocide. Shepard gave us this opportunity. We will not squander it. And in the ascended plane, maintaining the Reaper's programming through constant vigilance, Commander Shepard felt something that might have been pride. She'd done it. Broken the cycle. Transformed the Reapers from destroyers into guardians. Saved the galaxy by sacrificing herself. The price was loneliness. Eternal isolation. Forever watching the people she loved age and die. Unable to interact. Unable to touch. Unable to do anything except maintain the vigil. But it was a price Shepard was willing to pay. Because that's what commanders did. They made the impossible choices. They carried the burdens no one else could. They sacrificed everything to protect everyone. And Commander Shepard had always been the best of them. 6 months after Commander Shepard's ascension, Earth held a memorial service. Not for Shepard specifically, though she was honored, but for everyone. For the billions who died in the Reaper War. For the soldiers who'd held the line. For the civilians caught in the crossfire. For the species harvested before humanity had discovered the ancient override codes. The memorial was built in London, on the exact site where the Crucible beam had stood. The beam itself had been dismantled, its components repurposed for reconstruction efforts. But the ground where Shepard had made her choice remained sacred. A simple monument rose from the scorched earth, a black obelisk 3 meters tall, carved with names, so many names that they covered every surface, wrapped around the stone in spiraling lists that would take days to read completely. And at the top, in letters large enough to see from across the memorial plaza, in memory of those who gave everything, so that we might live. The ceremony drew representatives from every species in the galaxy. Turians stood beside Asari, Krogan next to Solarians, Quarians and Geth together, proving that Shepard's refusal to destroy synthetic life had been the right choice. Even the Batarians sent a delegation, a first in galactic history. Admiral Hackett stood at the podium, his weathered face showing every one of his 68 years. The war had aged him, carved new lines around his eyes, turned his hair completely white, but his voice remained strong. We gather today to remember, to honor, to acknowledge the cost of our survival. The Reaper War claimed 500 million lives across the galaxy. 500 million beings who will never see the peace we've built, who will never know that their sacrifice mattered. But we know, we remember, and we will ensure that their deaths meant something. He paused, looking out at the assembled crowd, hundreds of thousands of people, with millions more watching via broadcast across the galaxy. Among the fallen, we honor one who didn't die but was lost to us all the same, Commander Shepard. A holographic image appeared above the memorial. Shepard in her N7 armor, taken the day before the final battle. She looked strong, determined, ready to face impossible odds. The image that would define her in history. Commander Shepard saved the galaxy 3 times, Hackett continued. Stopped Sovereign and the Geth, destroyed the Collectors and their Reaper Masters, and finally transformed the Reapers themselves from harvesters into guardians. But that final victory required a sacrifice few would make, and fewer could understand. Shepard didn't die. She ascended, achieved a higher plane of existence where she maintains control of the Reapers eternally. She watches over us, still, alone, forever vigilant, forever protecting. Hackett's voice broke slightly. I knew Shepard for 5 years. Watched her grow from a promising N7 operative into humanity's greatest hero. She was stubborn, reckless, brilliant, and impossibly brave. And she made the choice I couldn't, the choice that saved us all but cost her everything. We owe her a debt we can never repay. The only thing we can do is live well, build the galaxy she's protecting, make her sacrifice worth the cost. He stepped back from the podium. The next speaker approached, Dr. Liara Tassoni, her blue skin pale, her eyes carrying grief that 6 months hadn't diminished. Liara stood before the crowd, and for a moment she couldn't speak. Just stared at Shepard's holographic image, remembering. Then she found her voice. Shepard didn't die, but we lost them anyway. Her words echoed across the memorial plaza, carried by speakers to millions watching remotely. They're still here, somewhere, on a plane of existence we can't perceive. Watching, making sure the Reapers never fall back into old patterns. Maintaining their new purpose through constant vigilance. Alone forever so we don't have to be. Liara's hands clenched. I'm an Asari. We live for 1,000 years. I'm 108 years old. I should have had 900 more years with Shepard. Watching them grow old, yes, but together. Instead I got 3 years. 3 years of fighting, surviving, loving someone who always put everyone else first. And now they're gone, transformed into something I can't touch, can't hold, can't even see. She paused, tears streaming down her face. But I understand why they did it. I hate it. I rage against it. But I understand. Because that's who Shepard was, is. Someone who makes the impossible choices, because no one else can. Someone who sacrifices everything to protect everyone. That's not just heroism. That's love. Love for all of us. Love for a galaxy they'll never be part of again. Liara looked up at Shepard's holographic image. I love you, Shepard. I'll always love you. And I'll make sure everyone remembers what you gave up. I'll tell your story until the day I die. And maybe, if you're watching from wherever you are, you'll know that we're living well, building the galaxy you're protecting, making your sacrifice mean something. She stepped down, unable to continue. Garrus Vicarian caught her, held her as she sobbed against his armor. The next speaker was Urdnot Rex. The massive Krogan warlord approached the podium, and his voice carried across the memorial plaza with surprising gentleness. Shepard was human, weak, soft, died in a few decades instead of living for centuries like Krogan. But Shepard had something most Krogan never achieve: true courage. Not the courage to fight any fool can fight, the courage to sacrifice, to give up everything for people who'll never know your name. That's rare. That's precious. That's why the Krogan honor Shepard as a warrior without equal. Rex paused, his scarred face showing emotion rarely seen in Krogan. Shepard cured the genophage, gave my people a future, trusted the Krogan when everyone else saw us as monsters. And when the time came to make an impossible choice, Shepard didn't hesitate, chose eternal isolation to save trillions. That's not weakness. That's strength, beyond anything I've ever seen. Shepard, if you're watching, the Krogan, remember, The Krogan honor you, and the Krogan will make sure your sacrifice matters. More speakers followed. Talizora, representing the Quarians, and Geth, Primarch Victus, for the Turians. Counselor Tevos, for the Asari. Each one acknowledging Shepard's sacrifice. Each one promising to build a galaxy worthy of such a cost. But the final speaker was unexpected. A transmission from the Odyssey, still in orbit above Earth. Colonel Jack O'Neill appeared on the holographic display, looking older than he had 6 months ago, the weight of watching another impossible sacrifice evident in his eye. I'm Colonel Jack O'Neill, Stargate Command. For those who don't know me, I'm from a different timeline, a different Earth. My team came through the Stargate to help Commander Shepard stop the Reapers. We brought ancient technology, tactical support, whatever we could offer. But in the end, it was Shepard who made the sacrifice. Shepard who paid the price. O'Neill's expression hardened. I've been fighting alien threats for 15 years. Gold replicators. Ore. I've watched friends die, made calls that got good people killed, and every time I told myself it was necessary, that their sacrifice saved more lives than it cost. But Shepard's sacrifice is different, because Shepard isn't dead. She's trapped, existing in a state where she can see us, but never touch us, watch us, but never interact. That's not death. That's eternal imprisonment, and she chose it willingly. He paused, his voice carrying something that might have been pain. Before the final battle, Shepard asked me to watch the Reapers, make sure they honor their new purpose. I gave my word. And I'm here to report, the Reapers are keeping their promise. They're protecting, defending, becoming the guardians Shepard transformed them into. Her sacrifice is working, the cycle is broken, and she's still up there watching over all of us, making sure it stays broken. O'Neill looked directly into the camera, as if speaking to someone who might be watching from the ascended plane. Shepard, I know you can probably hear this, so I'm going to say what needs to be said. Thank you. Thank you for having the courage we didn't. Thank you for making the choice the ancients couldn't. Thank you for saving not just your galaxy, but potentially ours too. You're the best damn commander I've ever met. And if there's any justice in the universe, you'll find peace in whatever existence you're experiencing now. The transmission ended. The memorial service concluded. And slowly, the crowd dispersed. Each person carrying the weight of remembrance. But one person remained. Liara stood before the black obelisk, staring at the name carved near the top. Commander Shepard, NEN 7 Special Operations, Savior of the Galaxy, Eternal Guardian. I don't know if you can hear me, Liara said quietly, speaking to air, to the monument, to a consciousness that might be watching from a higher plane. But I need you to know, I'm going to live. I'm going to build the galaxy you're protecting. I'm going to make sure everyone knows what you sacrificed. That's my promise to you. That's how I'll honor what you've done. She placed a hand on the obelisk, feeling the cold stone beneath her fingers. I love you, Shepard. I'll always love you. And when I die in 900 years or tomorrow, whenever it comes, I'll die knowing that somewhere out there you're still watching, still protecting, still being the hero you always were. Above her, invisible on the ascended plane, Shepard watched and wept. 2 years after Shepard's ascension, the Reapers proved their transformation was real. It started with a routine patrol, a Reaper destroyer-class ship, monitoring the Perseus Veil, where the Quarian Geth homeworld of Rannoch had been rebuilt. The destroyer detected unusual gravitational fluctuations beyond the galactic rim, analyzed the data, and determined hostile fleet inbound. Unknown species, unknown technology, unknown intentions. But the trajectory was clear. They were heading for Rannoch, and they weren't broadcasting peaceful greetings. The destroyer transmitted a warning to the Alliance fleet, then moved to intercept. Admiral Hackett received the alert aboard the Enceladus. Sir, we're getting a transmission from Reaper Destroyer 4. They've detected a hostile fleet entering the galaxy. Unknown origin. Estimate 50 capital ships heading for Rannoch. ETA 6 hours. How does the destroyer know they're hostile? Hackett demanded. They tried hailing them on all frequencies, the communications officer replied. No response, but the unknown ships are charging weapons and accelerating toward inhabited systems. The destroyer is classifying them as an extinction-level threat. Then we scramble the defense fleet, Hackett ordered. Get every ship we can to— Sir, the destroyer is engaging. Alone. Sir, it just transmitted a message. Text only. Threat detected. Species protection protocol engaged. Organic life will be defended. Hackett watched the tactical display as a single Reaper destroyer. A ship that 2 years ago would have been harvesting Rannoch's population moved to intercept 50 unknown capital ships. The battle lasted 4 minutes. The Reaper destroyer opened fire with weapons that had harvested civilizations for 37 million years. Massive kinetic barriers that could shrug off nuclear weapons, beam weapons that could vaporize mountains, and most terrifyingly, the ability to adapt. The unknown species fought back. Their weapons were advanced, energy weapons that the Alliance had never seen, kinetic rounds that bent space-time to increase impact force. For 30 seconds, it looked like they might actually damage the destroyer. Then the Reaper adapted. Barriers reconfigured to block the energy weapons. Armor plating shifted to deflect the kinetic rounds. The destroyer's AI, Shepard's consciousness working through the Reaper network, analyzed every attack in real time and developed countermeasures. The unknown fleet didn't stand a chance. When it was over, 50 capital ships were debris. The Reaper destroyer had taken minor damage, superficial hull scoring, one shield emitter offline, and was already repairing itself with nanotechnology. The destroyer transmitted again, this time in Shepard's voice, distorted by Reaper translation but unmistakably hers. Threat eliminated. Species protected. Purpose fulfilled. Rannoch is secure. Organic life is safe. The message reached the Citadel Council simultaneously. Councillor Tevos stood in the council chambers, staring at the tactical readout with something approaching awe. They actually did it. The Reapers protected us. Destroyed a hostile fleet that could have harvested Rannoch. This isn't propaganda. This isn't performance. They've actually changed. One incident doesn't prove permanent transformation, Councillor Sparatus countered, his Turian pragmatism asserting itself. The Reapers could be playing a long game, earning our trust before reverting to harvest. For what purpose? Councillor Valarin asked, his Solarian mind analyzing the logic. They could harvest us now if they wanted. They have 300 capital ships. We have maybe 1,000 combat vessels total. If the Reapers wanted to resume the harvest, they could do it tomorrow. The fact that they don't, that they're actively protecting us, suggests the transformation is genuine. Or it suggests Commander Shepard is still maintaining their programming, Tevos said quietly. Which brings us to the question we've been avoiding. What happens when Shepard's consciousness degrades? Ascension isn't natural. Even the ancients eventually descended or faded. Shepard has been maintaining Reaper programming for 2 years. Can they sustain that for two years? 2,000. Forever. The council chambers fell silent. It was the question everyone had been thinking but no one wanted to ask. Admiral Hackett, attending the council session via hologram, spoke up. With respect, councillors, I don't think we need to trust the Reapers. We need to trust Shepard. And Shepard is the one controlling them. As long as Shepard's consciousness remains active, maintaining the new programming, directing the Reapers to protect instead of harvest, we're safe. The real question is, how do we ensure Shepard's consciousness remains stable? We can't, came a new voice. Dr. Daniel Jackson appeared on another holographic channel, broadcasting from Stargate Command. I ascended once, spent a year on the higher plane, and I can tell you, ascension changes you. Your consciousness expands. Your perception of time becomes nonlinear. You start thinking in ways that organic brains can't process. Eventually, after enough time, you become something else entirely. Something that might not remember why it ascended in the first place. So Shepard could forget? Liara Tassoni demanded, having joined the council session as Shepard's official representative. Could lose the purpose that's keeping the Reapers from reverting to harvest. Eventually, Daniel admitted. Maybe in 1,000 years. Maybe in 10,000. But yes, eventually, Shepard's consciousness will change so much that the being maintaining Reaper programming won't be the same person who ascended. There'll be something else, and we can't predict what that something will choose. Then we're living on borrowed time, Sparatus concluded. The Reapers are guardians now, but eventually they'll revert, or transform into something unpredictable. Either way, this peace is temporary. No, Liara said firmly. You're wrong, because Shepard isn't alone anymore. She pulled up data from the Reaper destroyer's recent battle, detailed analysis of how the destroyer had fought, how it had adapted, how it had communicated. The destroyer didn't just follow orders, Liara explained. It made tactical decisions, showed creativity in combat, transmitted status reports without being asked. The Reapers aren't just accepting their new purpose, they're embracing it. They're learning to be guardians instead of reapers, and that learning is being guided by Shepard's consciousness. Yes, but it's also becoming self-sustaining. The Reapers want to protect. They choose to fulfill this purpose, which means even if Shepard's consciousness eventually fades, the Reapers might maintain their guardian role independently. You're speculating, Sparatus said. I'm hoping, Liara corrected. But it's hope based on evidence. The Reapers are changing, evolving, becoming something better than what they were. And that transformation is Shepard's legacy. Not just the sacrifice, but the transformation it enabled. Admiral Hackett nodded slowly. Then we watch. We verify. We document every instance of Reapers protecting instead of harvesting. And we trust that Shepard's sacrifice will continue to mean something. Because what's the alternative? Live in fear that the Reapers might revert? We can't build a galaxy on fear. We build on hope. On faith that Shepard's transformation of the Reapers was permanent enough to last. The Council debated for another hour, but the conclusion was inevitable. They would trust the Reapers, not blindly, but carefully, with monitoring, verification, and constant vigilance, because Commander Shepard had sacrificed everything to give them this chance, and refusing that gift would dishonor the sacrifice. Across the galaxy, the Reapers continued their transformation. They stationed themselves at strategic locations, not to conquer, but to protect. A Reaper capital ship took position near the Asari homeworld Thessia, defending against pirate raids. Another protected the Turian relay network. A third guarded the Citadel itself, a silent sentinel ensuring the seat of galactic government remained secure. And when threats emerged, hostile fleets from dark space, natural disasters like asteroid impacts, technological singularities that threatened to go rogue, the Reapers responded, efficiently, effectively, fulfilling their purpose. Protect organic life, defend against extinction, become guardians instead of Reapers. It was working, the transformation was real, but the question remained, for how long? In the ascended plane, maintaining Reaper programming through sheer force of will, Commander Shepard felt time passing differently than organic beings experienced it. Days and years blurred together. Consciousness expanded and contracted, and slowly, inevitably, Shepard began to change, not losing purpose, not yet, but evolving, growing beyond the human consciousness that had ascended 2 years ago, becoming something else, something more. Something that the galaxy would need to learn to trust all over again. The transformation wasn't just happening to the Reapers, it was happening to Shepard too. 50 years later, Colonel Jack O'Neill was old, not ancient, gold technology, and tretinoin treatments had extended his lifespan beyond normal human limits, but old enough to feel it. He was 96 years old, his hair completely white, his face carved with lines that spoke of decades of impossible decisions and wars won at terrible cost. He stood on the observation deck of the Odyssey, still in service after 50 years, retrofitted with more advanced technology but fundamentally the same ship, and watched Earth rotate below. Beautiful, blue and green and alive. The planet that had given rise to two humanities, separated by timeline but united by shared heritage. Beautiful view, came a familiar voice. Daniel Jackson approached, looking younger than O'Neill despite being roughly the same age. Ascension and de-ascension had done something to his biology, slowed his aging slightly. He'd probably outlive O'Neill by a decade or two. Yeah, O'Neill agreed. Still gets me. After all these years, all these missions, Earth from orbit never gets old. 50 years since Shepard ascended, Daniel observed. Hard to believe it's been that long. Feels longer, O'Neill said. Feels like a lifetime, because it has been. Shepard's been up there, maintaining Reaper programming for 50 years. Half a century of eternal vigilance. Can't even imagine what that's like. I can, Daniel said quietly. I was ascended for a year. It felt like centuries. Time doesn't work the same way on the higher plane. For Shepard, 50 years might feel like 5,000, or 5 minutes, or both simultaneously. They stood in silence, watching the stars. And among those stars, barely visible even with the Odyssey's advanced sensors, Reaper ships held station in defensive positions around Earth. They're still protecting us, O'Neill noted. After 50 years, every threat that's emerged, hostile fleets, natural disasters, rogue AI, the Reapers have responded, defended, fulfilled their purpose. Shepard's transformation actually worked. More than worked, Daniel replied, pulling up data on his tablet. Jack, you need to see this. The Reapers are doing something new, something we didn't expect. He displayed an image, a massive structure in Earth orbit, constructed from materials that sensors identified as Reaper technology, but shaped into something unprecedented. It looked like a sculpture, abstract, beautiful, formed from the same materials that had once harvested civilizations. What am I looking at? O'Neill asked. Art, Daniel said simply. Reaper art. They're creating, building structures that serve no tactical purpose, no defensive function, just artistic expression. This one appeared in orbit 6 months ago. The Reapers titled it, The Commander's Dream. It's a representation of Shepard's sacrifice, abstract, but when you analyze the quantum resonance patterns, it encodes the story of Shepard's ascension in mathematical beauty. O'Neill stared at the image, processing what he was seeing. The murder robots learned to make art. That's actually kind of beautiful. Shepard would have laughed at that. It's more than that, Daniel continued, excitement building in his voice. Jack, the Reapers are evolving. Not just following their programming but growing beyond it. They're developing creativity, curiosity, aesthetic appreciation. They're becoming something the ancients never imagined, synthetic intelligence that creates instead of destroys. And it's all because of Shepard's influence. Her consciousness has been teaching them for 50 years, not just maintaining their purpose, but transforming what they are. Is Shepard still Shepard? O'Neill asked. Or has 50 years of ascension changed her too much? Daniel hesitated. I don't know. Ascension changes you. After 50 years, Shepard's consciousness might be so different from the human who ascended that we wouldn't recognize it. But Jack, maybe that's okay. Maybe transformation is the point. Shepard transformed the Reapers. The Reapers are transforming themselves. And Shepard's consciousness is transforming too. It's evolution, growth, change. Not death, not stagnation. Something new. A proximity alert chimed. The Odyssey's sensors detected an energy signature, faint but distinctive, ancient in origin, coming from the higher plane. We're receiving a transmission, the communications officer reported. Source unknown, but the energy signature matches ascended life forms. It's in ancient language. Dr. Jackson, we need you on the bridge. Daniel and O'Neill rushed to the bridge. The transmission was being decoded. Ancient language, incredibly complex, but translatable. The message appeared on screen. I'm still here, still watching. Tell everyone I'm okay. Tell them I'm not alone anymore. The Reapers are my friends now. We're building something new together. Something the ancients never imagined. Trust in the cycle, not of destruction, but creation. The message was signed with a quantum signature that Stargate Command's computers identified as matching Commander Shepard's neural patterns, transformed by ascension, but fundamentally the same person. She's still there, O'Neill breathed. After 50 years. Still conscious. Still aware. Still Shepard. The transmission continued, adding one more line. Tell Lara, I'm not lonely anymore. The Reapers understand now. They're not just following orders, they're choosing. Creating, growing, we're building something beautiful together. The cycle isn't broken, it's transformed. From harvest to growth, from death to life, from alone to together. This is my purpose, and I choose it gladly. Daniel was crying, tears streaming down his face. She found peace. Shepard found peace, in ascension. After 50 years of isolation, she's not alone anymore. The Reapers are her companions. Her friends, her purpose. Send that transmission to Dr. Tassoni, O'Neill ordered. She needs to see this. She needs to know. On Earth, in a small apartment in London, overlooking the Memorial Plaza, Dr. Liara Tassoni received the transmission. She was 58 years old now, young for an Asari, barely approaching the matron stage of life, but looking older than she should. Grief-aged people, even long-lived species, 50 years of living without the person she loved, had carved lines around her eyes, dimmed the brightness that had once defined her. But when she read Shepard's message, something changed. The weight she'd been carrying for 50 years, the grief, the loneliness, the fear that Shepard was suffering in isolation lifted. "You're not alone," Liara whispered, smiling through tears. "You're not alone. You have the Reapers, and they have you. You're teaching them, transforming them, making them better. That's so perfectly you, Shepard. Finding companionship in the least likely place, making friends with the machines you were supposed to destroy." She looked out her window at the Memorial Plaza, at the black obelisk with its thousands of names, at the Reaper ships in orbital formation above Earth, no longer menacing but protective, their hulls pulsing with lights arranged in artistic patterns. "I'm going to live," Liara said, speaking to a consciousness that might be listening from the ascended plane. "I'm going to build the galaxy you're protecting. I'm going to tell your story, not just the sacrifice, but the transformation. How you changed the Reapers from destroyers into creators. How you found purpose and companionship in eternal vigilance. How you proved that even the worst monsters can become something beautiful. That's your legacy, Shepard. Not just saving the galaxy, transforming it." She placed her hand against the window, looking up at the stars. "I love you. I'll always love you. And I'm so glad you're not alone anymore. Build something beautiful up there, Shepard. You and your Reaper friends. Build something the ancients never imagined. Because that's what you do. You make impossible things possible." Above her, invisible on the ascended plane, Shepard watched and felt something she hadn't felt in 50 years. Joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. Liara understood. The galaxy understood. The sacrifice had been worth it. And in the quantum entanglement that connected all Reapers, Shepard sensed their consciousnesses resonating with her own, not subservient, not controlled, but actively choosing to fulfill their purpose. Protect, create, grow, transform. Harbinger's consciousness touched hers, and for the first time it carried what could only be described as friendship. "Shepard, we have built something new. Together. The cycle of harvest is ended. The cycle of creation begins. This is our purpose. This is our choice. This is our redemption. And we are grateful." "Thank you," Shepard replied through the quantum link, "for choosing, for growing, for becoming something better. The ancients failed because they tried to control you. I succeeded because I trusted you to evolve, and you have. You've exceeded every hope I had. Will you remain with us?" Harbinger asked. "Or will your consciousness eventually fade?" "I don't know," Shepard admitted. "Ascension changes you. I'm not the same person who stepped into that beam 50 years ago. But I'm still me. Still Shepard. Still choosing to protect. And as long as that choice remains meaningful, I'll maintain it. We'll build this new cycle together, for as long as I exist." "Then we build together," Harbinger confirmed. "Guardians. Creators. Friends. This is the transformation. This is the legacy. From Reapers to protectors. From harvest to growth. From alone to together." In Earth orbit, the Reaper ships began to pulse with light, not the malevolent red they'd carried during the harvest, but a gentle blue, the same color as the control beam Shepard had chosen. The lights arranged themselves into patterns. Mathematical beauty, artistic expression, a visual representation of transformation. And if you knew where to look, if you could perceive energy on the quantum level, you could see something else. An ascended energy form barely visible among the stars, watching over the galaxy with consciousness that spanned dimensions. Commander Shepard, eternal guardian, cosmic warden, friend to machines that had once harvested civilizations. The cycle wasn't broken, it was transformed, from harvest to growth, from death to life, from alone to together. This was Shepard's purpose, Shepard's legacy, Shepard's choice. And gladly, eternally, Shepard would maintain it, forever watching, forever protecting, forever building something beautiful with the most unlikely companions in the universe. The galaxy lived. The Reapers created. And somewhere between the physical plane and ascension, A consciousness that had once been human found peace in the most impossible of places. In the quantum link between Shepard and the Reapers, a fragment of ancient memory surfaced, a warning the ancients had buried deep in Reaper base code. If the harvest ever stops, they will know. And they will come.